this video live to YouTube. The meeting won't start till 6, but we are now live on YouTube. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you, Richard.
Good evening and welcome to the Thousand Oaks City Council meeting for September 14th. Would you please join us in pledging allegiance to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Adam,
Here.
Councilmember Jones,
Oh, am I muted here?
Councilmember McNamee,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler,
Here.
and Mayor Bill de la Pena.
Present. Thank you. All right, so let's begin with our special presentations. We first begin with our Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. All right. So September 15 to October 15 is National Hispanic or Latinx Heritage Month. It provides an opportunity for us to not only celebrate the independence of several Latin American countries, but also to let the Hispanic members of our community know that they are valued and accepted and that we appreciate and recognize their history, heritage, cultures, and valuable contributions to our community and our nation. Throughout history, the Latinx communities, though often marginalized, have persevered and accomplished great things. Nearly 20% of the city of Thousand Oaks is Hispanic, yet there was a sense that they were not being recognized or represented in our local government, schools, and organizations. So in 2018, a group of local women decided to do something about it. And Adelante Comunidad Conejo was created. For the past 3 years, Adelante has had remarkable success working with the Conejo Valley Unified School District, the City of Thousand Oaks, and other community partners to advocate for the interests of Latinx students and families. When COVID introduced additional challenges to their community, Adelante pivoted and began offering social services such as a food pantry, a monthly fresh produce marketplace, financial support, and even vaccination clinics. They have become an invaluable advocacy organization. So tonight, I am so pleased to be able to present this proclamation for National Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month to Adelante Comunidad Conejo, who is represented by Vice President Carol Shelton this evening. And I believe Mrs. Shelton is with us tonight, and on behalf of the entire City Council, I present you this proclamation for National Hispanic Heritage Month, and also wanted to say something for our Spanish-speaking audience this evening. La herencia hispana está en el ADN, o como se dice en inglés, el DNA de los Estados Unidos de América. No es solo parte de nuestra cultura, sino también parte de la misma base sobre la que este país se construyó. Es imperativo que celebramos esta vibrante herencia y reconozcamos que los Estados Unidos de América son mucho más ricos por ella, la herencia latina. Good evening, Carol.
Good evening. Thank you for that. That made me cry, so I'm so sorry that I'll probably cry for my comments as well. Thank you for that introduction. Thank you, Mayor Bill de la Pena and city staff for issuing a proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month. I want to express my sincerest appreciation for honoring the culture and heritage of our Hispanic and Latinx community here in Thousand Oaks. We are small but mighty. During the last 18 months, as our country has battled the COVID-19 pandemic, I've borne witness to the community come and support our Spanish-speaking community members through acts of service, allyship, and many families feel that sense of belonging that was missing from their lives. Adelante Comunidad Conejo is a nonprofit. Our board members are first generation or immigrant women of color. I am so proud to be one of their vice presidents. Adelante has affected change, supported families, and we have seen our members and those we support become empowered. Hispanic Heritage Month has a long history in our nation, starting with President Lyndon Johnson and expanded by President Ronald Reagan. The purpose was to celebrate Hispanic heritage and to recognize the achievements and contributions of Hispanic American champions who have inspired others to achieve success. To all of our Hispanic and Latinx community members, we must cherish and preserve our culture and heritage while inspiring and empowering our youth to achieve their dreams. They are our future. I am first generation. I have been caught between honoring and celebrating my heritage and being a proud American. It wasn't until Adelante Comunidad Conejo recruited me that I realized I could do both. I can embrace my identity fully and proudly and in the community. Adelante has created a community. This is important work. We have seen more civic engagement, and I want to thank our city leaders for valuing our voices. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. And we will give you this proclamation when it is safe to do so. Thank you. And congratulations. All right, and next, I would like to introduce Sabine Schutt-Carey, who recently represented Team USA at the Tokyo Olympics in team dressage. And for 13 years, from 2007 to 2020, Ms. Schutt-Carey called Thousand Oaks home and ran her training business out of El Campeon Farms in Hidden Valley. This past July, Ms. Schutt-Carey fulfilled her life's ambition to compete in the Olympic Games, riding her beautiful stallion, Sankyo. She and her teammates won the silver medal in team dressage. Tonight, we would like to congratulate Ms. Schutt-Carey on her impressive accomplishment, and I believe she is not joining us this evening, after all. Perhaps next time? All right, okay. Then here's a certificate that we were going to present to her. All right. And now, that concludes our special presentations. We will now go to public comments. Madam Clerk.
This is a time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers for public hearing items shall be called and heard during the public hearing. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole, and all documents for City Council and the official record should be presented to the city clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Under state law, public comment matters may not be considered by the council unless listed on the agenda, but may be referred to the city manager for administrative follow-up. We currently have 7 public speakers, and speakers were allowed 3 minutes, and the yellow light will display when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Our first speaker this evening is Margarita Asael, and she joins us via telephone, I believe. Good evening. On Election Day. It is Election Day.
Hello.
Hello, yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. The movie An Inconvenient Truth allowed Al Gore to get his message out. We will all burn up if we do not eliminate carbon dioxide emissions. The movie, with authoritative sounding scientists and computer modelers, predicted this would all happen some 10 years ago. Well, it did not. Why? Because the computer modeling software was flawed. If the equations are changed ever so slightly, it predicts no change that would cause all of us to be dead. It was the inaccuracy of the computer scientist modeling software that made that movie a success, launched Al Gore into a billionaire and Nobel Prize recipient ahead of a college student who discovered quick charge batteries and created politicians' careers like AOC, among others. It is a farce based on inaccurate computer modeling. The Earth goes through heating and cooling cycles. We are in the heating trend. I think it's called summer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to our next speaker, I need to mention that we did pull one item off of our consent calendar dealing with the groundwater project, item 7F, as in Frank, in case there are speakers who wanted to speak to that item. That has been pulled, and we will discuss this at a later time. Next item is, not item, but speaker is Cindy Murray. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm not sure why you can't see me, but I'm here. And thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you all this evening. My name is Cindy Murray, and I am the Executive Director of your Resident Musical Theater. There I am. Resident Musical Theater, 5 Star Theatricals. I am here this evening only to thank all of you, the council, for their support during these challenging, very challenging 2 years. We've had an incredibly long intermission. As you may or may not know, we're heading into our first production since closing of October 2019, when we presented The Music Man. We were scheduled to open Mamma Mia on March 27th, and like all of our arts organizations, we had to postpone the show on March 13th. Our actors, staff, and crew had worked for 6 full weeks rehearsing and to put on a show that never made it to this stage. And 5 Star, we paid them as if the show went on because it was the right thing to do. Ever since then, we've tried our best to stay involved in the community. We've had 5 drive-in concerts, summer camps for children and teens, professionally produced an hour-long concert of some of our past stars for free. We've held free acting, dance classes, invited professional actors and agents and choreographers to come and teach the children, and have open forum discussions. We had one community musical competition that a local girl won. We serenaded our first responders at every fire department around here. I put some singers in the back of a open bed truck, and we stopped at every fire department and serenaded them to keep connected with our community. And so we also had a reading. We had a Raise Your Voice competition with 6 other Southern California theaters. And we, in conjunction with High Street Arts Center in Moore Park, we had the reading last weekend. It's been a really tough road for us. We've had no income, as you know, for 2 years, but we've with grants and your support, and we've been able to make it. So I'm just here to thank everybody, let you know that we're finally opening Mamma Mia October 15th. So after 2 years, and I just want to thank you for support. And I thank you for all your support for all the arts organization. And I don't know, like you, I'm sure I can't imagine a world without music or arts. When people leave the theater, no matter who's on that stage, a comedian, singers, dancers, people leave feeling good. And I think right now that's what we all need, to feel good. So I just want to thank you all. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. I look forward to seeing Mamma Mia and all the other shows that you have lined up for the season. Next speaker is Logan Carey, joining us by phone. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Logan Carey. Hello again to all the city council members and all the community members present. I'm a resident of Ventura, but I do represent and spend much of my time in the Conejo Valley region. I'm a resident, I just said that. And today I will be speaking on behalf of the Miller Youth in Government delegation. We are part of the larger YMCA high school program, Cal Model Legislature in Court. However, in the interest of financial and the safety aspect of our delegates, we will be conducting a more local program this year. Our delegation, regardless of where we meet, when we meet, or how we meet, focuses on promoting civic engagement, awareness, and action. Through our curriculum, delegates will be able to experience the real-world California bill progression, experience the trials, tribulations, and technicalities California's legislative system entails. As we model this entire and extensive process, there is a role for each and every high school student. regardless of their background, their interest, or even if they have the interest in politics. Legislation affects each and every one of us. So it's important to understand how it gets passed and how it affects you. Beyond just that legislative track, we focus on political discussion and endeavor to create a safe environment for ideas and people under the ethos of debating ideas, not people, and the intent of teaching democracy to the next generation. Please join us. Those of you in this meeting still in high school, although I doubt there's a lot of them, tomorrow at Art Track from 6:30 to 7:30. And those of you dealing with your own high schoolers, who I assume have started school by now, let them know about our program. I may be a touch biased, but it's a truly wonderful experience. Thank you all for your time.
Well, Logan, thank you so very much for speaking this evening. In fact, yes, the YMCA government program is remarkable. In fact, my two sons were checking it out, and so let's see if they will join this program. But it has helped hundreds of students, and many of whom have moved on to bigger and better things. So thank you for advertising this. Next speaker is Lisa Powell, joining us by video. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Lisa Powell. I'm a longtime Thousand Oaks resident. With the housing element draft currently being prepared by city staff for issuance next week, I wanted to make some comments tonight related to that process. I'm going to read from an April 2021 memo issued by the state of California's Department of Housing and Community Development, the agency to which the city will be submitting the housing element draft for approval. This document lays out the guidelines for cities as to the housing element. Quote, although federal mandates prohibit overt forms of discrimination in housing, forces driving residential segregation have persisted, sometimes taking on new forms to achieve the same discriminatory ends. Racially explicit practices were subtly replaced by race-neutral methods to exclude people of color from predominantly white neighborhoods. Over time, single-family zoning emerged and replaced race-based zoning as a tool for segregating communities by restricting more affordable housing options, such as apartments or condominiums. Exclusionary zoning policies have made it difficult for lower-income residents to access certain communities, and in turn has had a discriminatory effect on protected characteristics such as race, disability, and familial status. Furthermore, federal, state, and local subsidized programs failed to construct affordable housing in high-resource neighborhoods. Housing policy and regulations were essential in creating current inequities, and they're equally important in preventing further segregation, as well as increasing access to opportunity. In order to ameliorate past actions that led to inequity, decision makers must create land use and funding policies to increase affordable housing in high-resource neighborhoods that have often been exclusionary and bring additional resources to under-resourced neighborhoods. With the passage of AB 686 in California in 2018, state and local public agencies are required to affirmatively further fair housing through deliberate action to explicitly address, combat, and relieve disparities resulting from past and current patterns of segregation to foster more inclusive communities. AB 686 also creates new housing element requirements, applying to all housing elements due to be revised very soon. These requirements include actions, concrete actions in the form of programs to affirmatively further fair housing, end quote. There's much more to it, but too much to read here, obviously. I encourage anyone listening right now, and of course our council members and our city staff, to read this document carefully. And given the city equity and inclusion goal, as well as the city values that were laid out at the beginning of the general plan update process, I have every expectation that the city will do all that it can to ensure we're indeed creating a housing element plan that promotes these values of inclusion and accessibility as required by law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gordon Clint, joining us by video. Good evening.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Gordon Clint. I'm a member of the Conejo Climate Coalition and the Chelis Climate Action Team. I'm also a longtime homeowner in Newbury Park with 7 grandchildren. I see that you have some actions on tonight's agenda related to new housing developments. As you know, our climate crisis is getting worse. It's time for my city and my city council to take action. You can start with permit requirements for available cost-effective measures to reduce the climate impact from new construction. From now on, just make sure that new projects you approve are all electric with maximum feasible solar panels and battery storage. In addition, you should require each unit to have conduit and wiring from their electric meter to an outlet at their parking place or garage. That will make it simple for residents to connect the charger for an electric vehicle. Installing these items during construction will save tenants or homeowners money over the long run and provide protection from rising electricity costs as well as grid outages. Please consider climate and a future for our children and grandchildren in all your actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Martin, joining us by telephone. Good evening.
I'll do tonight. Okay, I'm going to assume that you're good. I sent some information over. I did a sound study at my house. I've been coming here 13 years. That's an interesting number. It keeps coming up tonight. When the hospital went through its sound study and I was trying to get some sort of control and I was told it was already too loud here, it has just gotten worse. I'm not having a lot of success with the new chief of police. The last time I spoke, I was concerned because I had spoke with Chief Freihoff, and the evening I spoke, you guys moved him out and moved Chief Paris in. At 2:30 in the morning, we had somebody burning rubber. There's probably a 50-foot stripe here on Lynn Road. And when I called the police, they told me that I should call them when it happens. I mean, I tried to go back to bed and called in the morning, and they said, call us when it happens, and we'll get somebody right out there. You know, I don't think that's even possible to do. So I suggested maybe we use the pads out here for patrol. And your police officers are, let me see how to say this, uncomfortable with using those because of the speed and the danger at that intersection because it has a hill and a curve, and they fear merging is unsafe. I don't know how to respond to that. You have to police. The reason that loud cars are cool is because it equates to fast. And I think recently we've lost another life and affected more people than I would like to think in this community. And as the city council, you need to do something. Somebody needs to do something. I love this town. I really feel like a veterinarian's role in a community is to be kind and help people with their animals, because that's the one thing we have in our lives that really, you know, makes us happy and keeps us calm and gets us through the hard parts. And I watch kids grow up. I had a kid call me from the pediatrician office because he wanted me to take a bean out of his nose. So I have so much love for this place. I've lived here for almost 30 years. They used to compare it to a river. I'm sure some of you are old enough to remember the Lynn Road Council. They compared it to a river, a racetrack. It is a racetrack. We've had 3 accidents within 500 feet of Lynn and Jan's. We had a heliport study that did not include Lynn Road, did not include a C-weighted study, which is, helicopter isn't vibrational, I don't know what is. You are not supporting the people who work here. And I don't think the lawyer should get a raise because I don't think they're doing what's best for the community. They may be doing what you want.
Okay, you're way past your time already. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Please.
Next speaker and our last speaker is Jessica Quintanilla, and she is joining us via video. Good evening.
Major Bill de la Peña, council members, and city staff. My name is Jessica Quintanilla, and I've been living in Thousand Oaks for 12 years. I am a member of Adelante Comunidad Conejo, and we are part of Conejo Unido. Thank you for recognizing the importance of National Hispanic Heritage Month in the Conejo Valley. To many, this may seem like a minor celebration, but for the 20% of Hispanics or Latino residents in the Conejo Valley, that means nearly 25,000 people living in this city are being honored this month, which is a huge recognition for our culture, so vastly and different from all Latin American countries and from so many different backgrounds. And it will also recognize the many contributions of our Latino people in this country and in this community. So please allow us to take this time to reflect on the many barriers that many in our community still face on the everyday and year-round basis, such as equity and inclusion. For me, my culture is responsible for making me the person who I am today. I am very proud of the achievements made by Hispanics in this country and for our ancestors who came along long ago and paved the path for me and other generations. I'm proud of our history, our influence on music, art, food, and traditions. You see, I came to this country when I was 17 years old. And even though I learned a little bit of English in my country of El Salvador, it was not enough. However, for us, Hispanics, nothing is impossible. In one way or another, we make it work. We have a determination, and we always say, sí se puede, which means, yes, we can. Thanks to the opportunities of this great nation, many of us today are business owners, teachers, farmers, and big part of the economy and future of the United States. Through all that effort and hard work, I feel very proud of being a Latina. And I hope that my children and future generations never lose that love for our roots and traditions. And we wish to share all of that with our friends and neighbors. And for non-Hispanics to realize where their love for tacos, breaking a piñata, el Día de los Muertos, or el Cinco de Mayo really comes from. And all that make us proud and different, but bring us all together. My final message through this is my gratitude to the City of Thousand Oaks for recognizing our effort. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a usted. Se lo agradezco. And we do have actually two more speakers, maybe even three. They're being inputted as I speak. Next one is Melanie, and she is joining us. Not sure with medium. Is it video? Okay. Are you here?
Yes.
Good evening.
Hi, this is Melanie Rosenthal from Newbury Park. I am a longtime resident of the Conejo Valley. We moved here in 1989. So this climate coalition has unleashed its fury on our sweet city after it successfully got Agora and Santa Barbara to require all electric households in new construction. That should absolutely be up to the homeowner whether they want to have electric or gas. Should not be regulated. These people are trying to tell us to use all electric when it costs more than natural gas. So please enrich SCE shareholders some more. I think not. What happens when the clouds come over again, or come over and the wind stops blowing, as in Texas earlier this year? I'll tell you what happens. You get stuck in Texas, like for 5 days, like my husband and my daughter and myself did. All electric is not the answer. Batteries last for just so long, even marine batteries. No electric production or availability will happen. So this group will say generate electricity the old-fashioned way with coal and natural gas. You can't convince me that using very little natural gas that produces carbon dioxide that plants use to make oxygen is going to change weather patterns. Thank you very much, City Council members.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Schechter, joining us via video.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
We hear you. We don't see you.
Okay. So I am a little confused about the proposal that was made from the Greenhouse Gas Coalition to convert Thousand Oaks all new construction and remodels to electric. On YouTube, you can find a congressional hearing with testimony from 3 scientists from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration about climate change. When asked what causes climate change, the scientists cited 3 factors. 1, the sun's solar flares hitting the Earth. 2, volcanic eruptions into the atmosphere. And 3, below the ocean changing water temperatures. When asked for an estimate of the impact of human-generated carbon dioxide emissions, they responded that that comprises 3% of all the factors that influence climate change. So this proposal about requiring all-electric new construction and remodels, the residents of Thousand Oaks deserve to know more specifically where exactly that proposal came from, what data were used to formulate it, what it is expected to accomplish, and what metrics the coalition proposes to evaluate whether the implementation of such a proposal would accomplish its objectives. That coalition does not speak for me as a resident. We have way too much government overreach as it is, and we do not need bureaucrats telling us how to build and heat our houses or how to cook. Stay out of our lives, please, and focus on tangible efforts to enhance the quality of life for the residents of our cities. This strikes me as a disingenuous proposal, and I strongly urge the City Council to not expend valuable resources entertaining it. Thank you.
Just wanted to say that we have a sustainability manager in the city of Thousand Oaks with a PhD, a climate scientist, who will be bringing an update on all of that later this year. Next speaker is, I believe, Shelley Smith. Not sure whether it's video or telephone. Good evening.
Hear me?
Yes.
I was going to speak to that subject as well. My name is Shelley Smith. I live here in Thousand Oaks. I have a young family that I am raising here. And I'd like to say, I compliment the Greenhouse Coalition for their position to save the world. Al Gore predicted global warming would cause mass flooding, weather changes, fires, and other disasters, all due to carbon dioxide increases in the atmosphere. His team of scientists show a computer model of a hockey stick that proves the doomed world if we don't change now. What the media is not telling you is that the end of the world was supposed to happen 10 years ago. So when is it supposed to happen? AOC says in the next 5 years. Another cult technique to keep its members engaged. Predict the end of the world that doesn't happen, but the cult leaders say it's still coming and move the date out to keep their members engaged. It is very clear to me these days that the authorities are not following science. And I've heard plenty of other scientists debunk this climate change debacle. I see it as another way to invent new ways for billionaires to make more billions. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe this is now the last speaker. That was the last speaker. Okay. I still see that we have someone signed up for consent calendar item number 7F, but we're not hearing that. Does she know we're not hearing that? Can somebody get in touch with her, Kat Selm? Okay. And with that, we will now go to the consent calendar. And there are no speakers other than Kat Selm for this one. All right. One moment, please. All right. So, yes, we have consent calendar now. Item number 7 on the agenda. Any motion? Any questions? I can't see everybody. One moment.
Madam Mayor, I would move the consent calendar.
Thank you. I can't see everyone, so let me hang on just 1 second.
That was Bob Engler.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Engler.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I have no objection to the consent calendar. I'd just like to thank our treasurer in the item in which we're appropriating the 200,000 for the arts. She was able to discover 100,000 in another category. So only 100,000, as I understand it, had to be taken from the general fund. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Bill De La Pena?
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. We now go to item 8A, which is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, would you please open the public hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8A, Community Development Block Grant Program Year 2020 to 2021, Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. And Madam Mayor, at this time, we do not have any public speakers.
Thank you. This particular item will be presented by our Community Development Analyst, Ms. Lynn Oshida. Good evening.
Good evening. Let me start with my PowerPoint. Just give me a second. Okay, can everyone see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is the annual review of the city's Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, program from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The report also includes the Coronavirus CARES Act funding for the CDBG CV program. The program year was from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Staff requests City Council approval to submit the CAPER report to HUD. Presentation would discuss the regular annual CDBG first, and then the CDBG CV coronavirus funding. Last year, about $800,000 were available, which included prior year funding and the CDBG grant. The CDBG funds were allocated to 3 areas, including the 2018 and 2019 community projects, public services, and administration. The city expended about $660,000 in CDBG funds with an ending balance of $130,000. The city's primary CDBG activity last year was housing rehabilitation. CDBG funds benefited 71 low-income units and 1 manager's unit at the Many Mansions Bella Vista project by replacing windows. The mobile home rehabilitation activity was safe, and Habitat for Humanity rehabbed 39 owner-occupied low-income units and expended about $200,000 in CDBG funds. $43,500 of unspent 2019 funds are available for next year's action plan allocation. The SAFE program is focused on coaches owned by seniors needing HVAC, roofs, and windows replacement, while the Habitat program involves volunteer labor with painting, grab bar installations, stairs, ramp, and deck repairs, and also walk-in showers, doors, and window replacements. CDBG expended $86,400 8 local nonprofit service providers served over 1,200 low-income Thousand Oaks residents. $250 was not spent by June 30th and is available for next year's action plan. Administrative costs included staffing, public notices, overhead costs, and the fair housing contract with the County of Ventura. This summary shows the city expended about $660,000 in program year 2020-21 CDBG funds with an ending balance of $130,000. Most of the CDBG budget was spent during the pandemic when all organizations had to adjust their safety protocols. Only 2 grantees did not use their full grant amount, which will be reallocated in next year's CDBG action plan. The presentation now will focus on the CDBG CARES Act funding. All CDBG CV activities are designated to prevent, prepare for, or respond to coronavirus. The city's primary CDBG CV activities are economic development and public services. The city's COVID-19 Small Business Grant Program consisted of 26 grants at $10,000 each, which supported 150 employees with low mod income jobs in Thousand Oaks. Harbor House and Lutheran Social Services received CDBG CV public service funding to support coronavirus-related activities and served 91 homeless and 27 non-homeless low-income Thousand Oaks residents. Table summary shows the city expended about $660,000 in CDBG CV funds with an ending balance of about $460,000. The COVID-19 Public Service for Emergency Service contract is expected to spend funds by December. At this time, staff anticipates $230,000 for future allocation from unspent activities. This winter, the city will conduct a notice of funding application and workshop for both CDBG and CDBG CV funding through a needs assessment for the 2022 CDBG action plan and the 2019 CDBG CV substantial amendment, which will be brought forth to City Council in spring 2022. Staff is recommending that City Council approve the program year 2020 CAPER for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. This concludes the slide presentation, and staff is available to respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oshida. Appreciate that very much. And
Madam Mayor?
Yes, 1 second. If we could have the slide stop the sharing so I can see the other council members, my colleagues. There you go. Thank you so much. Mr. Jones.
Yes, I'd like to ask the presenter a question. Relative to the mobile home parks that have the fixed rents for lower income people, how do you determine which parks and which mobile home units that you're going to work on in order to fix the roof or, you know, put in an appliance or whatever the project is?
Sure. So the CDBG grants was given to Habitat for Humanity and to SAFE, which is the Senior Alliance for Empowerment. Both entities, both of these nonprofits run their own program. So what they do, they both do their own needs assessment, their own application process, and they submit the request to the city as to which projects they would like to use CDBG funds for. But all the pre-screening is all done through the individual nonprofits.
Well, if someone wants to be considered,
They would
for-
need to apply directly with Habitat for Humanity or SAFE. The city does not have their own rehab program where we run in-house.
No, but I mean to be considered for an improvement. Who makes that decision? And is there is there a competition? In other words,
So each nonprofit.
you sometimes get more
Sure. So
people interested in improvements than you have the money for?
Yeah, so each nonprofit runs their own program. And the Senior Alliance for Empowerment has their own program, and Habitat does their own program. The way that SAFE runs their program is they actually survey all the senior parks in Thousand Oaks, asking homeowners, what are your needs? What kind of repairs do you need? And so they do a full study through their program. Habitat for Humanity runs their program a little differently, where they receive applications from individual owners asking for assistance. But both programs, they do their needs assessment and their analysis as to finding, which projects that they are going to be assisted with CDBG funds.
So then once they have made that determination, they turn the fruits of that process over to the city, and then we act to make it work to.
So the city funds the program with CDBG funds. And so what both of the nonprofits do is they provide the city with general information with each application as to their income type, the household size, and the estimated project costs. The city does, a review of that. And if they fall within the CDBG guidelines, then the city would approve that project. The city isn't involved in, selecting contractors or, doing the actual work. That's all up to the nonprofits to do the contract management, construction management.
In other words, these entities make a recommendation, and then the city follows through with the CDBG people in the federal government, I presume.
They make the city reviews their projects that they would like to use CDBG funds for. Yes, that's correct.
So we don't make a determination; we just facilitate it. Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to go to Mayor Pro Tem Engler and then Councilmember McNamee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions and just a comment. I really appreciate the fact that you are using groups such as Habitat to facilitate some of the work being done. That would tend to, I would think, maximize any monies that we give them by using those volunteer hours. It's a good use of our money, and we can maximize the effect that way. Just a real quick question. You mentioned that the period for filing for these applications is coming up in late fall, early winter. Is that correct? And how are you going to get the word out to the nonprofits who might be interested in some of these funds for our folks in town?
Sure. So what the city does is it does put a display ad in the Acorn and in a legal ad in the VC Star. We also use social media to get the word out, and plus past funders get an email notification of when the NOFA and the needs assessment is opened up. And so we try to get the word out to the nonprofits that applications are now available.
I will definitely let some of my nonprofit friends know that it's coming up. And thank you for the information.
Councilmember McNamee?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I concur with Councilmember Engler that the nonprofits, the charity groups, faith-based service organizations do a better job with overhead administering such things. My question to you on another level is why $10,000 to 26 businesses as compared to $5,000 to 52 businesses as compared to more money going to the businesses? How was that process determined, the amounts, who received it? Because many businesses were really struggling and could have benefited from this to keep jobs available for our community members and reduce unemployment and keep businesses afloat. Walk me through the process.
Sure. So for the small business grant program, that actually was administered through the city, through the city manager's office, and myself had actually administered the program. And it was an intensive program to find the balance as to how much money to grant out to small business and still meet all the federal regulations that are tied to the grant funds. If we had given anything smaller, we felt that it would have been a struggle for the small businesses to meet the criteria with just a little bit of money, versus if 10,000 seemed more of a reasonable grant amount for the nonprofits to meet all the federal regulations that came with the funds. And so we did an open application process. We received applications. We only funded 26, but these were the ones that the city felt could pass a HUD audit should HUD ever come and review the small business program.
The actual total dollar amount. Go ahead, Drew.
Councilmember McNamee, just to add further color to that, we actually had a difficult time, unfortunately, with having the number of folks apply to be part of that. And as Lynn mentioned, one of the challenges is that money coming in these buckets, unfortunately, comes with the challenge of meeting the HUD criteria and the CDBG money. And so not only do you have to account, when you're looking at the dollar figure, not only do you have to account for that, but you have to account for basically the back of house work that the individual business is going to have to do to ensure that they're able to meet with that compliance. And so when you're dealing with small business, they have to have a good auditor. They have to have their own structure really in place. And so that's why we've looked at other sources as well and really pushed, and the county has done a number of buckets of business assistance as well. That we have supported, because the money in this area, while it's valuable and I don't want to knock it, it does come with a lot of strings attached.
I follow. Just the other is how was it determined that that dollar amount total was going to help the businesses versus other monies that went elsewhere? What was the process that happened there?
So last spring, this was brought forth to City Council. This was City Council's wish to run a small business program. The analysis that was done through the economic division reviewed, different scenarios, and the $10,000 was kind of the marker that we had used.
But I'm referring to the total bucket amount.
That was determined by City Council.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the clarification. I wasn't there at the time, so thank you.
All right. Mr. Adam, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand up. Your virtual hand.
No, I didn't have a question, but if the questions are through, I'd be ready to make a motion.
All right. We don't have any speakers, so go right ahead.
All right. I just will say that, big picture wise, I'm glad to see this money is used to keep low income seniors in their homes, to keep people in their jobs. And I do also recall that when we heard this back in the spring, I guess it was, that we did widen the scope a little bit from the low income side to some economic support as well, with keeping people in their jobs. So I think you were able to accomplish exactly what we asked you to do.
Mr. Adam, I'm sorry, I have to close the public hearing and then you may continue. So I'm closing the public hearing. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, what I just said, and with that, I will move 8A.
Thank you so much. All right, we have a motion. Please vote.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes?
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler,
Yes.
and Mayor Bill De La Pena.
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Excellent. Our next item is also a public hearing, and that is item 8B. Madam Clerk.
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8B, the 2021 Transit Title VI Plan Update. And Madam Mayor, at this time, we do not have any public speakers.
Thank you. Then I will go straight to our Transit Program Manager, Mr. Mike Hauser. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Give me just a moment to prepare the slideshow. The item before you this evening is a routine update to the city's 2015 Title VI plan. Title VI is part of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and it describes how the city will endeavor to provide transit services to ensure equal access to all users, and also provides a mechanism by which a resident can file a complaint of discrimination should they feel that that is the case. Participation in the Title VI program is required as a condition of eligibility for our federal funding, which is a major component of our transit program used to do operational services and also capital projects. We are required to update this plan every three years, and our last update was in 2018. In order to prepare this year's update, we engaged the same professional organization that prepared our original plan in 2015 and did our prior update. The company found that we were in substantial compliance with all aspects of the Federal Transportation Administration's regulations regarding this program. They did, however, have one recommendation, and that was that we needed to improve our inclusion of a Spanish and Chinese language in our printed materials. We've already responded to this finding and are working to make sure that all of our essential materials are provided on an equal access basis. There's two recommendations before the council tonight. One is to adopt the plan as presented, and also to approve a resolution, which is also a requirement of this particular process. And then once that is done, staff will submit this plan to the Federal Transit Administration for acceptance, and staff anticipates no difficulties or issues with that. That concludes my short presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. I do have a hand up here with the Councilmember McNamee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to say thank you very much for doing such a terrific job being inclusive and expressing the ability for residents to use rapid transit here. The equity that everyone speaks to is demonstrated, Mike, in the plan that you have and how well we do our rapid transit within our community. And that's essential to get people from point A to point B so they can function within our city. Thank you very much for a great job you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I also wanted to speak to the point about printing materials in 3 different languages. Is that obviously that fulfills our number one goal, but this was requested, however, by the firm that drafted the plan, Mr. Hauser?
It's a specific recommendation that comes from from a census survey data. We're required to, if in our service area, if we have more than 1,000 people or 5% of our population that identifies as speaking another language as their primary form of communication, then we are required to incorporate that into our plan. Keeping in mind that's not all materials that would be far beyond our ability, but for all major announcements, service information, and where to get information about services. And along with that, we also provide translation services via our contractor. Should someone speak a language other than English, we can arrange for translation services to provide needed transit information.
Does that service include ASL? Has that been requested at all, or how do we manage that?
To date, it could potentially, if somebody wanted to physically come in and do that. Of course, we also maintain services for those people that are have hearing issues. We can provide real-time speech to text information for those people that need it. And in theory, if somebody came to the transportation center and needed that service, we could potentially provide it, although we would need some time to arrange that for a prospective rider.
Thank you. All right. If there are no further questions, I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Madam Mayor, I will move approval of the item.
We have a motion. Please vote.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler,
Yes.
and Mayor Bill De La Pena.
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Item number 10 is a department report. It is the two-phase development approach for a mixed-use project on Newberry Road, and that will be presented by our Community Development Director, Mr. Kelvin Parker. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I will be presenting this item as you mentioned. As soon as I'm given share screen capabilities by the host.
You should be good now, Kevin.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so this evening I'll be discussing a request for a project located at 1872 Newberry Road. We're seeking direction on the applicant's request to allow a two-phase construction instead of a single phase of development at the project site. This item is before council this evening because the request differs from the single phase project council reviewed during the pre-screen process. And staff does not have the authority to grant the applicant's request. To refresh memories on where the site is located, it's on the south side of the 101 freeway between Borchard Road and Ventu Park Road. More specifically, it's just below 10 acres at 9.7 on the southeast corner of Newberry Road and East Kelly Road. To give you the setting of what surrounds the project site, we have commercial located to the east and west, residential to the south, and a sound wall in the 101 freeway to the north. In the theme of continued refresher, the project itself consists of reuse of the historic Timber School site, which is located in the upper left of your screen in the turquoise circle. 120-room hotel, which is on the upper right of your screen, as well as 218 apartments with 26 in a low or very low affordable category on the balance of the site. This rendering of what the project would look like is on the corner with Timber School in the forefront and residences in the background. Again, this is the southeast corner of Kelly Road, Newberry Road. To give you a flavor of the architectural style that's used in this project, it's a Mission Revival style, and it includes stucco, stone, accents, boosted clay tile roofing, multi-pane windows, and trellises to reduce the building size and mass. The materials and design complement the historic Timber School and auditorium building, as well as blends with the surrounding developments in the area. This mission revival architectural style is carried over the balance of the site. What you're looking at in this rendering here is actually the 120-room hotel site. To help orient you on a location along Newberry Road, the green arrow on the right of your screen is the location of the Timber School site on the corner of Kelly Road. In this rendering, because there's cohesion and architectural consistency throughout the site, it's difficult to distinguish between the hotel and the apartment units as part of the project. For reference, this is a site plan that depicts a single entitlement with the single phase of the project site. In this scene, the site is fully developed. As you can see, there's continuity between the architecture, the circulation, and the parking access. The circulation is depicted in the red. As you can see, there's multiple entrances on Newberry Road as well as Kelly Road, as well as full driveway integration throughout the site, providing full access to all the site amenities and parking throughout this project. To move in the background, back in May of 2015, City Council approved a general plan land use designation change for institutional to commercial, as well as altered the zoning classification from quasi-public and institutional lands to highway and arterial businesses. As part of that action, City Council approved a development agreement between the City of Thousand Oaks and the Conejo Valley Unified School District concerning the land use restrictions and limited authorization to use redevelopment funds for infrastructure improvements on the property. The applicant acquired the site from the school district, and after analyzing the commercial project at the site, they decided to seek another general plan amendment from City Council to develop a horizontal mixed-use project. This horizontal mixed-use project was reviewed on October of 2019, and the pre-screen was approved, allowing 218 Measure E units to be allocated in conjunction with the 120-room hotel as one project site. The applicant further filed a pre-application, which is the required next step following pre-screen. Once that was completed in January of 2020, staff provided comments and presented the applicant with the pre-application meeting to discuss comments back and forth as part of that proposal. Following in May of that year of 2020, the applicant submitted a formal entitlement application. At that time, CEQA analysis was performed, as well as a comprehensive review of the architecture, the technical plans, a specific plan with custom development standards for that site, as well as a development agreement. In July of 2021, the Planning Commission hearing was scheduled for this project with the intention of making a recommendation to City Council. However, that item was removed from the agenda because the city and the applicant could not come to terms on two key development agreement points. To provide further clarity on what that disagreement was at that time, it was having an independent entitlements separate for the hotel and the apartment site, as opposed to one document for the entire project site. Additionally, allowing the project to be constructed in two phases rather than one development phase. Although this was cause for the item to be removed from the Planning Commission agenda, dialogue continued between the applicant and city staff through this evening. To provide some perspective on what that phasing plan would look like, this is a shot of the development in phase one with the residences being built without the hotel being part of that construction. In the horizontal mixed-use concept, consisting of both the hotel and the residential units, this would be one cohesive project. That's what was previously considered by City Council for the site. Part of the consideration for that particular project as one horizontal mixed-use item was preservation and adaptive reuse of the historic timber school buildings, as well as public infrastructure improvements, provisions for a hotel, and obviously the 26 affordable units. Those were some of the key highlights of that deal. Since the formal application was filed, the applicant reached out to separate the entitlements on the site in order to sell each piece off separately, the hotel piece separate from the residential piece. Additionally, the applicant is asking for allowance to develop the site into 2 independent phases. That would be the apartments being constructed first, with the hotel to follow at some other time. Staff has some concerns with that approach that splits the site and prefers one development with 1 phase. There are positives and negatives to the 2-phased approach. Staff's primary concerns is ensuring that phase 2, which consists of the hotel site, is constructed in a timely manner. In a 1-phase project consisting of both the hospitality and hotel and the residential units, they would be constructed simultaneously, or at least within the same brevity of construction. This would not be extended out for 2 long construction periods that may be separated for a period of time that could have impacts on existing residents in the area, existing businesses, as well as if residents were to move into the apartments first. Constructing a project, even though it's horizontal mixed use at the same time, would have the same effect that council has seen with other mixed use developments at 1710 Thousand Oaks Boulevard, or what's currently under construction at 299 Thousand Oaks Boulevard. In this 2-phased approach, there's no guarantee that the 2nd phase of the hotel would be constructed as envisioned in the initial pre-screen. If 2 phases of this project is authorized, it's recommended that City Council direct staff and the applicant to collaborate on language to incentivize and significantly increase the likelihood that phase 2 is constructed. Incentivizing language would be included in a development agreement, DIL points, that would be reviewed by Planning Commission and a recommendation made to City Council prior to Council considering the formal application and taking final action. A horizontal mixed-use project has many key benefits and a contributed factor in allocating the units to this entitlement back in 2019. Entitling each site separately is not recommended by staff and introduces different ownership groups with differing interests that could impact the cohesiveness and relationship between the projects and the project site. Staff conducted a comprehensive review of a single-phase project. Separating the site into 2 projects requires staff to review them separately, condition the projects accordingly, and make any other adjustments necessary to review each individual project on its own. That approach would have to consider that there would be no connection in terms of construction schedule, potential changes in architecture, and other instances that are reviewed as a development moves through the development process. By having one entitlement that creates one document that demonstrates the relationship between the uses on site and thereby ensuring continuity with the larger neighborhood. After input and direction from City Council tonight, staff will meet with the applicant team to finalize the development agreement before moving forward to Planning Commission for a recommendation to City Council for final action. With that said, staff recommends City Council provide direction on the applicant's request for 2 construction phases and separate entitlements for this subject project. This concludes staff presentation. And in addition to me, we have Senior Planner Nazar Slim, our Development Planning Manager Steve Kearns, Assistant City Attorney Patrick Keher are also available to answer questions that council may have as they discuss this matter, providing direction for us to move forward with the applicant. Thank you. We'll be happy to take any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parker. Appreciate this presentation. And as soon as I can see my colleagues, I will allow them to then to ask questions. I see hands are up. We do have public speakers. Mayor Pro Tem Engler, followed by Councilmember McNamee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Parker, for the presentation. The phasing is something that I find curious, but how does the phasing work as far as I'm going to assume that the entire project, the entire property is going to have some shared vehicle space and vehicle roadways. How does that phase in? If we were to go to a two-phase, would those phases be also separate, or does one developer bring all those into play? I'm thinking about fire access and police access, as well as egress out of whichever project goes first.
That's an excellent point. As part of the consideration, if council were to allow some flexibility in terms of phasing for the project, whichever portion, whether it was the hotel or the residential use, to be first through the door with permits, would have the responsibility of building all the public infrastructure for the site, as well as the internal driveways, because as you pointed out, that provides fire access, as well as circulation for the residents throughout the site. As you could see in one of the site plans that showed circulation for the site, all of the driveways and roadways are interconnected to provide multiple points of egress for residents as they leave the site, which also helps them navigate the light at Kelly Road, Newberry Park. The nuance to that is there's portions of the development site that would only be developed after the other portion comes in. And those are simply laterals to connect to existing infrastructure. But things that relate to safety and parking, we would have to continue to talk to the applicant to ensure that those are included in phase one.
Yeah, I had found this to be a very compelling project when it was presented to us, a year or so ago. This was a very compelling project that preserved the historic site there and brought a nice amount of apartments into the area. But I know part of what the pushback that we got from neighbors was an ongoing issue with construction going on. Has there been any discussions of how to ameliorate any of the construction problems that might come up?
Construction timing and schedule was one of the key considerations from staff in wanting one permit with one project and one application. So all the construction would take place at one time. If there were to be flexibility in terms of phasing for the project allowed by council, that would have to be a key point of discussion where we would go back to the applicant to try to increase the likelihood that construction schedules happen as close together as possible. What staff is looking to avoid in that instance is serial construction, whereby that neighborhood and nearby commercial businesses are under duress from, say, 3, 4, or more years of continuous construction in that particular area. Some of the other additional considerations is that could impact public improvements to the public right-of-way in the instance that Public Works wanted to repave the roads on Kelly Road or even Newberry Road.
Okay, I guess the final issue that I don't know if you've talked to the applicant. Is there a reason that there's a phasing that needs to happen as far as the viability of either one of those portions of the project?
Not in terms of viability. It just makes a difference in how the site is marketed to future buyers. It doesn't necessarily impact, say, financial considerations. However, it does make a difference to staff in terms of a site that's integrated in this fashion. It's much more efficient to have one developer move forward with the entire site, as opposed to introducing separate parties that may have competing interests and pulling the city in the middle of those agreements.
Well, like I say, I thought the presentation a year or so ago was very compelling, and the project overall, taking that one property and making a cohesive project out of it, was very attractive. So hopefully we can work through this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Engler. Councilmember McNamee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Parker, wonderful presentation. Thank you. the applicant has developed what I would say is a beautiful, beautiful project with a hotel and apartments there. The challenge, which I believe my fellow council member Engler has brought up, is a viable and a very real one, is the competing interests between two separate developers, and timing that would be very, very difficult. So much so that the second developer, whoever that winds up being, they would have to have some access to that common road going in and out. And that would be, I think, a difficult thing to do for coordination. Also, that neighborhood being impacted with continuous construction, because simultaneous construction by two different developers, unlikely. What is your sense of trying to coordinate between two different developers on the same site, either simultaneously or sequentially? Or would you say it's possible that one site gets developed, the other one just sits fallow for a long time before another developer wants to come in and develop it? What are your thoughts?
And to the latter part of your question, part of staff's concern and why we are requesting that it remains one project site, one entitlement, one application, is to prevent the scenario by which the residential portion of the site moves forward in phase one, and the commercial or hospitality piece sits fallow for an indefinite period of time. Part of what we're trying to achieve with the development agreement, whether council decides to allow flexibility in phasing or not, is to increase the likelihood of the hotel piece being developed in relatively short order. As I mentioned during the presentation, that was one of the key considerations for council when they considered this project originally. And we believe it'll be a key piece going forward. At the end of the day, that's something that we would like to get direction from council on this evening. Staff is prepared to move forward with however council decides. For the first part of your question, in terms of construction scheduling, we would obviously work with any developer who happens to move forward on the site as best we can to reduce the impacts or to make them as minimal as possible for those existing in that neighborhood today.
So it is possible that one area gets developed, but no one has purchased to develop the other part, and it could sit there for 3, 4, 5 or more years. Is that a fair statement?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
If I may add, council member, just to jump on that, just because I understand where you're going with this. One of the things that we have is we have the development agreement. And if there's a possibility that you have two different developers happening, what we try to do is, one, we try to ensure that the majority of the infrastructure, the streets, the frontage, the landscaping, all the water, public infrastructure that's needed on the property, to repair those things, to make them, to increase the benefits to the community as a whole. All those are going to be done. Our recommendation is have all that done with whoever the first developer is that comes in, if they do split it off. Anyone who buys or comes into this property has to be subject to that development agreement. So one of the options we have to incentivize it is, one, we have whoever's in first is responsible for all that infrastructure work. We also recommend requiring that they have, both parties, if there's two, have reciprocal rights of access for both access for the driveways that are there, but also for the construction. So we want to make sure that whatever happens first, or if they're saying at the same time, that both sides have rights to use the property as necessary to make that happen. The goal, of course, is to make sure that these things happen. If they're going to be in separate phases, to be flexible for the applicant to ensure that they happen as quickly as possible together. And one of the ways we can do that with timing, we put a reasonable time limit on when they have to start construction on this project pursuant to the agreement, when they have to finish construction pursuant to the agreement. And by incentivizing the first developer, if there's two, to do all this infrastructure, it makes the ability to have a beautiful project. For example, hypothetically, you have the apartments done first. You have the ability to incentivize a person who's thinking about buying the lot for the hotel, for example, in this hypothetical, to look at this and say, wow, the apartments are coming through. It's a beautiful project. The frontage looks great. The crosswalks are in, the street lights are in, the driveways are in. It also achieves the goals for public safety, for fire, because they've looked at this as a whole unit, a whole project, to ensure that they have all the access that they need for public safety as well. So those are what we do with the development agreement. Again, we're interested if you want to provide flexibility with possibly 2 phases, but ensure with some incentives in the development agreement that we have required obligations by anyone who comes into this that's going to be subject to this agreement, that they understand here are some of the rules, here's what's going to happen. And we do that hopefully through some creative language to ensure everyone is on the same page and understands this is, at the end of the day, wants to be one big cohesive project with connectivity for the entire project.
Well, thank you for that clarification. Just to come back to, again, if you would clarify this, when you have one developer, it's easy for one developer to handle both concepts in one location. But if we have split it up, you have 2 developers, are we saying we can't move forward necessarily with the first one until we have the second one on board agreeing to what's happening, or we build the first one and then hopefully find a second developer to take over the second project?
Well, with all the projects, we hope actually that if they're going to do this and sell it off into 2 parts, if that's what their plan is, that one, we try to control the impact of that with the development agreement, because anyone who comes into this is going to have to understand that they're subject to those requirements. But by having most of the infrastructure done initially, what I think we do is we incentivize a person who wants to buy this property, for example, the hotel piece, to say, wow, this is already moving forward. Not much controversy here. It's a beautiful project. And that helps, I think, incentivize them to purchase it and move forward with the entitlement if they're entitled to build a hotel.
Mr. Parker, do developers who develop apartments also develop hotels? Or do apartment or hotel developers also do apartments? Or are they 2 separate animals?
It really depends. They can be 2 separate. They can have some in certain instances that would do both. Or there can be instances where they could partner together in a project like this. But that's something I'm sure the applicant will have thoughts on, and I'm sure they can share those with council as well.
Thank you. No more questions. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Councilmember Adam?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I certainly would see this project go forward. We're looking at a piece of land there that's dilapidated, and we've got a historic building that could use some work, and I think it fits very nicely in that area. The fact of the matter is that the current owner of the property has no intentions of developing it. They want to sell the property. And the rub, as I understand it, in today's economy, that the hotel portion could impede that sale, at least for now. So I think we have to recognize that one way or another, the only way it's going to get developed is if the property's sold, number one. And then I wanted to ask you, Kelvin, it sounds to me that staff isn't concerned as much about the phasing as they would be about the entitlement portion. And staff is advocating that we look at 1 entitlement versus 2. So in fact, we can get all the things that we're looking for, the connectivity, the cohesiveness, the nice frontage, the circulation. And the fear is if we have 2 entitlements, they might not fit together. Is that the way you're looking at this thing?
The approach from staff is to ensure that we maintain all of the points that you raised, from continuity, the architecture, the frontages, and also try to mitigate the construction impacts as best as possible. And there's other on the city's response team that may have comments on that as well. But maintaining 1 permit ensures that that happens. And it's just a way to move the project forward with maintaining all those points of continuity. So from that perspective, I believe that you're right, and I'll agree with that and say yes.
So a 2-phased project with 1 entitlement, in your opinion, could achieve all those goals that we're looking for?
As Patrick pointed out in his previous response, I think we can work with the applicant through the development agreement to increase the likelihood that we achieve all those points.
All right, thank you.
All right. I do have a question. Unless Mr. Jones, did you want to say something or ask something before I go to public speakers?
No, I'd like to hear the public speakers first, please.
Okay. Let me ask a couple of questions. I understand that phasing is a concern because of what staff has outlined, that you have one portion of the property developed and then the second one perhaps needing more time. When property or plots are entitled, they expire after, is it 18 months? And then an extension has to be granted. Could you clarify that for me, Mr. Parker?
Typically with entitlements, they last for a period of roughly 3 years. However, what's unique about this project is we have a development agreement, which allows us additional flexibility in negotiating when a permit would expire. So from that perspective, we have broader flexibility in extending that period. And when the actual development agreement gets executed and expires is one of the key negotiation points between staff and the applicant team.
Okay.
Now, I'll add that one of the things that we can do, Madam Mayor, is that when we look at this timing, typically you would say a standard would be 3 years to start the project and then within 2 years finish the project. That is like a standard kind of time frame in a development agreement. Everyone is unique. Every development agreement is unique to the circumstances, and so that's why it's a wonderful program that we can have, that we can use the situation that's at hand and modify the development agreement as necessary. One of the things we want to do here is that would act as an incentive if you want to add the flexibility for 2 phases, would be that we would try to ensure that if there's 2 projects or 2 parts of this, 2 phases, that one of them happens with a short time of another one. So we put a date in there. We want to give them some flexibility to ensure that they can find, if they're going to go and find a hotel operator, that they can find the hotel operator in that time frame. So that's something that we try to find a reasonable time frame that we all think that makes sense. But we don't want to extend it to a long period of time. That doesn't make sense for us either. One of the things that we have here is we have bond money that we are contemplating putting in this project that affects the infrastructure. This was previously provided in the prior DA. It's up to $3 million. And the reason why that's important is that money is not in a city account that's just we can grab when we want to. This is bond fund money that has a process to pull, a process to pay, and it's only for very specific public infrastructure. This project provides a wonderful opportunity to use this bond money in this area that needs this for the drainage system that's very poor in this area. So there's that community benefit for that. So one of the things that we do to incentivize it is, one, we change the time to ensure that that can be done. But 2, we incentivize it by allowing this bond money to be paid out over a time period. Again, not a huge gap because we don't want to have that risk that we don't have that money available in the future. So we make sure that we have a reasonable time frame. And again, that we can use this bond money, reimburse the project developer when they get done with certain parts of the infrastructure. And that also moves the project along, but also it demonstrates that this project's moving forward for if there's a second piece, that second partner might want to come in and say, wow, this thing's moving. This is a good project. It's already entitled. I have this time frame. I'm ready to go. So that's why we're thinking that we can do that with some incentives, but it is, again, simpler to do it as a single phase project, obviously, but with 2 phases, that's something that we would look at to, again, add incentives to make sure that we have that connectivity, that cohesiveness, and we maintain that throughout the entire construction of this project.
So if there were not a development agreement, you could technically extend every 3 years this particular project. And then I think as you have 3 extensions before everything expires, correct?
Right. So typically you have 3 years for the initial project when it's entitled, and then if they can request it, they have to request it timely, of course, that they request it under our code. We allow for extensions for specific reasons. Yes, so that can go out. A development agreement certainly has a time frame, but part of that is to ensure that we're maintaining the benefits for both sides. There's benefits to the community that we have in this development agreement. For example, affordable housing, maintaining this public infrastructure and getting that fixed. So we want this to happen sooner than later. So that's why we put some of these incentives to make it happen quicker, to ensure it gets done, because the city, of course, wants it to happen as well.
Well, I have visions of the old Kmart site, which was also split in three, actually. You have the gas station, and then you had what used to be, I believe, Burger King, and then Freddy's. And, you know, those were active and commercial businesses, whereas the rest of the property, as we all know, remained fallow for many, many, many years. Obviously, we don't want to see a repeat of that.
Sure.
And
So one of the things we have here is we have a specific plan. So the specific plan is going to indicate there's the Timber School, of course, and that refurbishing of Timber School, the apartment complex, of course, and then the hotel. So those are going to be detailed in that specific plan. We also are contemplating put in a restriction on the parcel for the commercial that it is going to be a hotel. So that limits that as well. The other thing, of course, is we have these incentives with the development agreement. Any owner who comes in, any new owner is allowed, the development agreement is allowed to be transferred. That's allowed under the code and under our agreements, but they have to obviously accept all the terms of the agreement, right? So we make sure that when they come in, that they understand that they have the development agreement, they understand the terms. It is a recorded document. So we have that clarity with them if there's a new partner that wants to come in and to build a portion of this project.
but that also includes the architecture. They cannot just come in and say, we want to change, our brand is different, our brand is modern, futuristic, and we want to change that. So
Correct.
what could potentially happen if they were to find someone willing to take over this site and then say, we do need to change the development agreement, we need to amend it?
Sure. So sometimes we do have amendments to development agreements. It does happen. In our standard development agreement, and again, we don't have one here yet, but in our standard one, we have what we call major amendments and minor amendments. And minor amendments are ones that go administratively. The director, the CDD director would have authority to look at these minor changes to the development. But anything that's major that we figure is a major change to the development would have to go back to council. And we have these things happen. At 299, there were some minor amendments that happened, but no major amendment that happened. And if that did, it would have to go back to city council. So that is how we control that. If there's little things that happen, we don't want to stall it. So we make decisions based on the minor impact of those changes requested, and we make decisions on that. And if it's a major one, of course, then we bring it back to city council for approval.
And that means that it could be changed, architecture could be changed potentially.
Right, but right now it's certainly based on the site plan and the specific that were submitted, which has all similar architecture.
All right. There are still other questions. I mean, you touched upon the RDA bond funds, which is very, very important. And of course, circulation, infrastructure, architecture, frontage, all very important. But I think we can probably go to the speakers now. And I would like to call on our first speaker, who represents the applicant, Tim Gallagher, followed by Mark Sellers, who also represents the applicant, is available for questions. Good evening, Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Good evening to the council, too. This matter before you tonight is simply asking permission to negotiate a development agreement that allows construction phasing flexibility for a project that I think we can all agree has great benefit for the city of Thousand Oaks. This is an infill project on what can only be described as a blighted site in the city. I know we said this earlier, I want to go over it again. This project has three very significant benefits for this city. It's the restoration of the historic Timber School buildings. We have been meeting with the folks who want this to happen. They're dying to see this happen. These buildings have been in a state of decay for decades, and you finally have a property owner who will restore these buildings to their previous state of beauty and then offer them to the public for free or for very low rental rates. Two, you have development of an apartment project that is medium density and contains 26 affordable units. You've seen the design tonight by our architect after consultation with the city staff. And Councilmember Engler said it right. This is a beautiful project. And finally, this is the development of a hotel that will serve the many visitors to the city's burgeoning biotechnology business. This is something you've been asking for. Biotech, as you know, is the economic growth of this city's future, and this project supports that growth with a hotel option preferred by many of the visitors. Now, what we're asking for tonight is your permission to enter into discussions with city staff for a development agreement that recognizes the current market conditions as we try to recover from the COVID pandemic. As you know, the market to build apartments is very strong, but the market to build hotels is depressed right now due to a drastic decline in business travel. Vacancy rates are at historically high levels. And as a result of these market conditions, there's little appetite to develop new hotel projects. This is not a field of dreams scenario. There is no guarantee that if a hotel is built next year, guests are going to come. Now, we recognize the cities and the neighbors' desire to complete these projects in a timely manner, and we've done extensive outreach with these neighbors for a number of years. But rest assured, that is the hope of the property owner who's been working on this project for the last 5 years. No one wants to see that hotel built faster than they do. And we think we have the framework of a development agreement in place that's going to incentivize the property owner to get the apartments and the hotel built just as quickly as the market will allow, and to address these construction concerns that have been raised. The property owner's attorney, Mark Sellers, is here to talk about that aspect of it, and we're both available to answer any questions the council might have for us. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you very much. Mr. Jones.
Yes, I only heard about a third of what Mr. Gallagher said.
Yes, your picture keeps freezing. I'm not sure what the issue is. I heard Mr. Gallagher very well. I'm sure others did as well. So perhaps that it may be on your end, Mr. Jones, that there is a technical issue. Yeah, his picture froze again. I'm sorry. Not sure how to fix that. Somebody will actually call you, Mr. Jones, if you can hear me. Somebody will try to reach you. In the meantime, are there questions for Mr. Gallagher?
I think we wanted Mr. Sellers to have a moment as well. Thank you.
Mr. Sellers? Did he?
Yes, good evening. I'm Mark Sellers, City of Thousand Oaks. My firm has been involved with probably thousands of projects that are master planned in where you have different builders, different landowners, and we have all sorts of agreements and ways to coordinate the work so that neither party interferes with the other party's goals and uses. In fact, many times when you remodel shopping centers, that's a major issue, that you have to make sure you don't impact the tenants while you're doing the work. So there are construction management companies out there that specialize in that and do it all the time. I agree with the Assistant City Attorney. There are ways in the development agreement to have some motivation on this property owner with the bond money. My suggestion was to defer payment of that bond money until the hotel becomes a reality. And I think that's one thing that we can discuss and look at and try to work out. Everybody wants to see a hotel here. We would love to see the hotel in the first phase, but I had no crystal ball. I didn't know that we were going to face a pandemic. I didn't know we were going to face a lockdown. I didn't know there was going to be a ban on travel. I didn't know that the vacancy rates in hotels would go down a terrible amount so that now nobody wants to build them. So that's what we were faced with. And we're just trying to get flexibility to do 2 phases so we don't have this hotel be the anchor that brings down the apartment project and basically leaves that site vacant for many years. So that's my goal here, to get some flexibility and realistic chances to go ahead with the project. And I see the architect is here, and he can tell you there are going to be 2 builders. We always plan to have a hotel operator be the builder. Daylight is not a hotel operator. So from day one, we told staff that, yes, we're going to sell a hotel and we're going to get a builder operator for that hotel. And that's Brian down there, if you want to hear from him as to how this is going to work out, because of their 2 completely different projects.
I have a Brian here on the list. It only says Brian. Is it
It's Brian Poliquin.
Poliquin? Okay, so you are with the applicant.
Yeah, council members, my name is Brian Poliquin. I'm with PK Architecture. I've been the architect on the project. for the duration of the project. And we look forward to seeing the whole thing done. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I've been in the Thousand Oaks area for 30 years. I've lived in Thousand Oaks for, I think, 25. And I want to see the project happen, see it successful. And Mark's right. Hotel market took a hit during this COVID pandemic, but I'll talk more on just the technical terms. The site, obviously, from a drainage infrastructure, in other words, all the undergrounds will all be done at one time. That's the way that will have to be done. So the site will all be taken care of as far as all the heavy duty work regarding undergrounds, the drainage, and general site grading. The part that will not happen would be if the hotel remained, it would be basically that part of the site would remain. There's circulation that runs around all the apartment areas that basically stand on its own. If you really look at it, we kind of bifurcated the hotel separate because the hotel also is constructed differently. The hotel users will be different. They're their own type of developer. They do basically slab on grade with wood frame construction, fairly dense as far as the interior construction. They have their own form of plans. I've talked to a couple of hotel users. They've called our office. They understand that the architecture will have to essentially be consistent. So I don't think that's something that's in the development agreement, that's in the specific plan, that the architecture has to be as such. Each operator, though, has different type of room styles. They have different types of infrastructure within the hotel. And that's the reason why they're separate entities. They're very specialized and they understand their own use. So that's the way it would happen. And the hotel portion is also different. It's a half up, half down podium with some on-grade parking. It's a much more complex project to take care of and just a different whole construction sequencing. So it will be done differently, and it will be a different developer that does the apartment project. But again, I think your specific plan and your development agreement address the consistency of the architecture, the nature of the project, which we were trying to do, the Mediterranean style architecture that we've done to really tie into the street edge. We brought the hotel out to the front of the street. We worked pretty hard with planning really to create a good project that I think everybody can enjoy and appreciate. So, but again, the main reason I wanted to address it is the hotel would be a separate entity. It will be built as a separate entity. The developer's all different. And I've done other mixed use projects. When we did the Target Center over in Westlake, the Target was a different contractor. It was a whole different procedure. That building was a tilt up building. And then when we did the retail portion of the project, the inline retail, that was all slab on grade wood structure done by a completely different contractor and different developer. But it all worked. They went at slightly different timing and different sequences, and the projects were screened off from each other, but it all worked out fine. So it's a way of getting things done.
Mr. Poliquin, we have a question from Councilmember McNamee.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Poliquin, again, I thank you for the excellent design. I really, really enjoy the look of it. And you answered one of my questions that it's part of the agreement can be in place that whoever takes over the hotel and or apartments maintain the look that you currently have in that rendering. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement. A couple of people have talked to us and I think that most of them are pretty savvy and they understand that they're going to have to follow the look. So, and it's not a particularly unusual look for a hotel user to do. So
my challenge is then, again, two different developers, which you have answered nicely, that usually the developers of hotels do their thing and apartment developers do the other. Perhaps this is for Mr. Sellers and Mr. Gallagher. Do we have anyone of interest in both the hotel and building the apartment talking right now with you to make this happen?
Hello. Yeah. I'm unaware of anyone master one developer to do both. There is nobody that we're talking to do that. We have had contact from people for the apartments. We've had contact from people to do the hotel, but nobody has gotten to the point where they're ready to sign on the dotted line with a purchase agreement.
Very good. So we have nibbles, but no one's actually bit yet and come forth to say, let's make this happen.
Yes. And we still have quite a bit of time left because we haven't even got the entitlements. We're not going to get the entitlements till probably sometime in November, maybe December. And then we got to do construction drawings, and they take I don't know, Brian can tell, but they take an awful long time to do. So maybe the hotel market will come back and you will surprise everybody with a hotel in the part of the first phase. So.
One of the beauties of the American economy is that it always rebounds and is resilient. So I am hopeful, like you are, that we'll be back in business sometime in the near future. Thank you.
Councilmember McNamee, if I might add to that, just we have Haider Alawami, our economic development manager, has fielded at least two calls of interested parties for that hotel piece in the last month. And as Mr. Sellers mentioned, the key here is entitled projects are what you put on the market. And so that's, I think, why we are all here tonight is trying to work collectively to move through this sticky spot and get to a place where we can get closer to that.
My preference is, again, that the way the agreement's written is that it protects the public, the residents in the area, from having ongoing years of construction, and get the project done in a timely fashion so that way it enhances the neighborhood and doesn't become a detriment to it. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We also have a hand up from Mayor Pro Tem Engler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it. Yeah, I remember when the project over there in Westlake went in with the Target and everything. And I appreciate that they were separate builders. But if I remember right, the projects were, if not at the same moment, very closely spaced. Is that what you envision for this property? I spoke with Mr. Sellers earlier today, and I guess this is the question is for both Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Sellers. My hesitation is to wind up with a built-out apartment house, which is great, and I think it's a wonderful project, and there are a lot of good things about it that I bought into earlier. But then I don't want to see a property in the front off of Newberry Road there that stays vacant year after year after year. How would you approach trying to make sure that doesn't happen?
Thanks, Councilman Engler. And I would only add that even if that scenario you described were to come to pass, that is infinitely better than what you have there today. But we're going to try to avoid that, of course. What Mark and Patrick and others have been working on is a development agreement that we weren't able to get done in July. A lot of reasons for that. But what we think we have now is a phased in construction agreement with incentives to get those things done. It would be inappropriate to talk about those during an open hearing like this because they haven't been decided yet, Councilman Engler, but they sounded very good to all sides of this. And as Councilman McNamee said, that's one of the great things about the American economy is that it does adapt to the conditions. So a little blue sky out there, like there's over your shoulder, maybe the hotel market improves and we do get this thing done. But Mark's correct too. We're a long way from starting heavy equipment out there. And hopefully that time will work in our favor.
There's always a blue sky near me, so it's
know that about you. Again, my concern is that there'll be a vacant property out there. And so if you are going to come to the city with some incentives that help ameliorate that fear on my part, as long as the phasing isn't completely out of whack, that doesn't seem to be an issue, but it has to have some sort of single entitlement or single development plan that ensures that there is some connectivity within that property. Is that also part of what you are discussing with the city? I think you'll be pleased with what we come back with to first the Planning Commission, then the council, if these negotiations continue along this path. Staff has been great to work with on this. They've been creative. Our side's been creative in coming up with ideas that everybody can live with. I'd ask that you trust us on that and let us move forward with trying to create this development agreement. We think you still have another chance at this, obviously, in a few months, but all we're asking for tonight is give us the permission to move ahead on this.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Madam Mayor?
Thank you. I know that Mr. Sellers earlier said nobody has a crystal ball. We don't know the pandemic would hit and things like that. And the same would apply to this proposal. We don't know whether, although we heard that there might be 2 interested parties for the hotel via our economic development director, Haider Alawami, that perhaps it could take some time for someone to build a hotel there. And that we might find ourselves back here on the dais with you asking for an amendment to a development agreement. I mean, those are all real life scenarios. Those are all possibilities. So I wanted to see, first of all, we do have more speakers, but I wanted to see if Mr. Jones was able to rejoin us. I don't see him. Has he been able to rejoin us?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Oh, there you are. No, there you are.
The only part I missed was Mr. Gallagher's, the amount that I mentioned earlier. That since then, everything has been just fine.
Okay, very good. Then I will move on to the next speaker, Roseanne Witt. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Roseanne from TO. 11 years ago this past Thursday, a natural gas pipeline exploded, sending a fireball 1,000 feet into the air in San Bruno, California, a residential community near San Francisco Airport. The explosion killed 8 people, injured 58 more, and consumed 38 homes. Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration data reveals that a U.S. pipeline catches fire every 4 days and explodes every 11 days. High-pressure fossil gas distribution lines run the length of Moorpark and Lynn Roads, along parts of Hillcrest, and underlie North Ranch Neighborhood Park near my home. I see the danger, highly pressurized gas warnings every time I go for a walk. TO must reduce gas usage to limit the scope and impact of this dangerous infrastructure. The Conejo Climate Coalition stands with international scientists and health professionals publicly pleading for strong, rapid, and sustained reductions of fossil gases. More can and must be done now. We ask that you require tonight's 3 developments to build all electric with solar and battery storage and without gas connections. We also urge you to direct staff to craft a city REACH code to codify this requirement for all new construction in Thousand Oaks. Santa Barbara unanimously approved a similar ordinance. By consulting with counterparts, TO staff can leverage their work to ease and speed adoption. Clean Power Alliance incentives can cut implementation costs too. Gas appliances provide a wide range of toxic pollutants. Our indoor air is often more polluted than outdoors, causing preventable respiratory illness, including asthma. Gas infrastructure costs borne by ratepayers are rising, while electric appliances use less energy and their costs are dropping. Phasing out gas frees up money for investment in clean energy to build a more resilient, reliable electric grid. Building electrification will support more than 100,000 construction, energy, and manufacturing jobs in California. After the San Bruno explosion, San Francisco's fire chief said, "There's no safe way to live with gas, and it's no longer necessary. Banning new gas hookups is one of the most impactful improvements cities can take to enact quickly, easily, and expensive improvements, making all electric buildings a win-win that cuts pollution, lowers building costs, and improves health and safety. State law gives you the power to do all 3 right now. Please agendize an all-electric REACH code discussion tonight. Why are we waiting? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alessandro Neri. Good evening.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to say how grateful I am for this project to even come up. And I want to thank each and every individual on the council. And, the fact that it is a hotel and kind of an apartment building from what I'm getting at is, something that I've never heard of the city doing. But the fact is, I think it's a great idea because we have, low income people and we have the elderly aging in our community that, needs this type of stuff. And, I'm glad that it was brought up to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public, or not public, but our comments for item 10A. All right. Back to our discussion regarding the flexibility and the request to have 2 separate phases for this particular project and to have that put in concrete through a development agreement that would address the frontage, the circulation and infrastructure, architecture, timing, timber school preservation for sure, and the RDA bonds. And of course, a preference would be to have it all in one entitlement. All right. Any questions or comments?
Comment, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Councilmember McNamee, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I acknowledge that the community benefit is, again, upgrading the drainage that exists right now, which is wholly inadequate. I acknowledge that, as was illustrated by the applicant right now, that it's difficult to get just one developer to develop 2 different parcels and 2 different concepts, hotel and apartments. They have a beautiful design, which I think complements our city quite nicely. I believe that we need to do some sort of requirements in the agreement that link the 2 together if it's split up into 2 different parcels for not 2 parcels, but 2 developments. So that way it protects the community around it from ongoing construction over a period of time. And yes, I believe in the American spirit, the American economy, the consumer, the entrepreneur in our DNA here as Americans, that the hotel industry will be back and will be back soon. And by the time the construction gets done, they can take advantage of that. The challenge I see here for the applicant is finding one developer to create 2 different, what is essentially projects. And that I think is going to be a very, very high hurdle to overcome as compared to 2 different applicants or 2 different developers to develop the project, one for the hotel, one for the apartments. And I think if city attorneys, staff can develop a development agreement to protect the public, we can take advantage of the bonds that are available, the public benefit of the improved infrastructure there, bring more homes to people who want to live here in Thousand Oaks, plus the hotel for wonderful economy and stimulus to our offerings here as a city, I think would be a great way to go. And splitting it up, I think, would offer more opportunities for the applicant to move forward with it.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree pretty much with my colleague on this. It's one of these things where this is a beautiful project. I tell you, the property right now is one that is derelict with a couple of unique heritage buildings on it. And when this project was proposed, saving the heritage buildings, improving the infrastructure in the area, bringing in a project that enhanced the neighborhood was all in the plus column, in my opinion. Now we're at a point where in terms of the phasing of the projects, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure how we can come up with a solution. I don't have good language for you on that, but if the phases come in 2 phases, I'm okay with that, as long as those 2 phases are not separated by years. The last thing I want to see on Newberry Road is some weeds in a lot that's been graded for a hotel for an extended period of time. So I think that concern of mine needs to be addressed. And Mr. Gallagher says that they are currently working on that to come up with a way to phase in a reasonable period. The other side of it, though, I think is something that we really need to look at and has to do with the entitlements of the area. I'm not sure how to, that it's possible to have the entitlement split out without losing control over the entire project from the city's viewpoint. And I was curious if that is also being discussed. In other words, having a single entitlement for the two projects. I think that'd be a better way to go. But I'm hopeful that our discussions are revolving around around that issue as well. Phasing is, I think, can be done if it's not too far apart. I'm very sensitive to what construction does in a neighborhood, and I don't want to see years and years and years of construction for the existing neighbors. But this project is a very attractive project. So I urge both the applicant and the city to work on those two items that I mentioned, both the phasing, make sure the phasing is a reasonable amount, but also the entitlement issue of how things are going to be built there.
And Mayor Pro Tem, this is Patrick Keher. Just to be very clear, staff's recommendation is if you want to have the flexibility for the phasing, we understand that. We understand hearing from the applicant and hearing from all of you. But as far as the entitlement, staff's recommendation is to definitely keep it as one entitlement. It's going to be one specific plan. That is the recommendation from the city staff, at least, is that it is one entitlement for the whole project, one set of conditions, and it goes with the development agreement. And anyone who comes in, whether it's one or two different developers, they are subject to those entitlement, those conditions. Everybody's on the same page. That is why we do one entitlement.
Well, I would agree with you, Mr. Heher. I think that would be the best way to ensure a cohesive project. But I'm hoping that you are discussing that with Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Sellers, et cetera.
Depending on your decision tonight, we probably have a lot to discuss.
Thank you. I also wanted to say, I know Councilmember Adam has his hand up. Sometimes the little pictures disappear from my screen and then they pop back in, Mr. Adam. So I'm not ignoring you on purpose. I know you look a little peeved there. Sometimes these pictures, they're not all on the screen that I see at the same time. So just wanted everybody to be aware of that. Yes, I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Engler, one entitlement most definitely, and the frontage, circulation, and infrastructure definitely must be in phase one, and that is absolutely crucial. Mr. Adam. And then Mr. Jones, I see his hand up as well. Mr. Adam.
Okay. Doesn't your screen allow you to see the council members' hands up?
Yes, it does. And sometimes the little boxes, they go to the next screen and I have to swipe it.
Doesn't it allow you to see the order in which the hands were raised?
Not
Just
sure
curious.
if it does. Not sure if it does. I have to, does it do it? In the
So you
order
just-
it was raised? No.
Because wouldn't it be the right procedure to answer the council members in the order in which the hands were raised?
Yes, that is what
Anyway,
I
all
try
right,
to
I don't
do.
want-
No, that is what I try to do, Mr. Adam. I don't mean to ignore you at all, as I just explained.
Okay, I don't need to
Okay?
get into that. That's a procedural thing. Let
Well,
me move
I will
on.
try to find out through the city clerk whether I can see those hands in the order that they went up. How about that? Yes, is that okay?
Yeah.
Good.
Anyway, what staff is asking of us tonight is some direction on a development agreement with this applicant. And I think we all agree that we want to see the project built. Ideally, it'd be great to see it all done at the same time, the hotel, the apartments, just as it was presented to us. But the realities of the economy right now, at least according to the applicant, are preventing that when it comes to the hotel side, and could very well prevent the sale of the property, which means it won't be developed. So the solution to that seems to be this phasing, which I think the Community Development Department is okay with. And I completely agree. It should be under one entitlement because we want a cohesive project. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when it's built, it wants to look like it was all planned together. So with that in mind, I would like to make a motion here that we do allow the city to move ahead with a phased approach with this project when they talk to the applicant under one entitlement with all the points that we've discussed built into the development agreement, whether it's the circulation, the cohesiveness, the connectivity, the time, especially the time. We need to work out a time with the applicant, the RDA funds, I don't know if I can list them all in one motion, but the staff knows what the kind of thing we're looking for here. So move to go ahead and phase it under one entitlement with all the points that we've discussed built into the development agreement.
Thank you. And IT is looking into figuring out whether we can see the hands in the order that they were raised. Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Mr. Sellers again about his reaction to the motion that Councilman Adam just made.
Mr. Sellers, are you there? Yes?
Yes, I'm here. I don't have any problem with one entitlement. I have no problem with phasing. That's what we need, the phasing, some flexibility here. And we just simply can't bring the hotel together first. As to the timing, that's something we haven't discussed. We're going to have to discuss with staff.
That's part of the motion.
Well, Madam Chair, or Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Hearing that response makes me feel that we're moving in the right direction, because I too like the project, and I believe the negatives that we've heard can be answered with the proper agreement. And I too am optimistic about the economy coming back, including the hotel industry. Obviously, we don't want to see a vacant lot sitting there forever, but I believe with the proper agreement and hopefully the economy cooperating, we can get the best of both worlds here. So I really love the project. And again, if we can reach a proper settlement, I agree with Councilman Adams' motion, so I would plan to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments regarding the motion? Councilmember McNamee.
How do we frame what the motion is at this point? Because I've heard a lot of wonderful ideas. How do we put this together in a motion so that we can all agree to what we've agreed to?
I think the motion is, again, to support phasing of the project under one single entitlement with components in a development agreement that will address issues such as the timing of the construction of the two components, the development of the infrastructure, the frontage and the circulation at one time, use of the RDA funds, connectivity and consistency of architecture. How's that?
Thank you very much.
Should we
Well,
add
I
to
think
that?
That's a pretty good summation.
So you don't need additional information then that, for example, the frontage or the circulation or infrastructure should be in phase one? Staff will work that out?
I thought I said that.
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry. Okay, very good. Excellent. All right. Any other hands up? As I said, I try to catch everybody when their hand is up, and sometimes I miss it. It's not because I'm doing things on purpose. All right. None? Then I think we can call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Bill De La Pena?
And that is a yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Excellent, thank you. And now we go to item 10B, which is residential capacity allocation. And this will be presented by Carlos Contreras, our senior planner. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Please give me 1 second so I can bring up the PowerPoint presentation and share with the whole group. Let's see here. 1 second. Sharing correctly. Okay. Please let me know if you can see the presentation. And I'll begin. Okay, looks like it's up. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. The project before you tonight is a request to allocate residential capacity and initiate a general plan amendment for a mixed-use concept. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong PowerPoint. Sorry about that. Give me 1 brief second. I'm doing the Burns project. Sorry, give me 1 brief second. Here we go. Okay. I'm back. I hope it's okay to go now. Okay, here we go. We have the proposed project. Oh, it's not showing. I'm sorry. Sorry, everybody. Give me one brief second here. I don't know why it's not showing the actual correct presentation here. All right, bear with me.
Mr. Adam, do you have your guitar handy?
No, but I could go get it.
You might need to.
Madam Mayor, can we take a 5-minute recess while he's getting that together so we can take a break?
I have it now, I believe.
You do have it.
think
Mr. Contreras, Councilmember McNamee just asked for a quick break.
Oh.
Can we do that?
Yes, we will take a quick break and then continue.
Sorry about that, everybody.
No problem.
Good. I think.
Start with our presentation. So we can resume now.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and sorry everybody for that minor technical difficulty. I'll make sure that doesn't happen again, and I hope you all enjoyed the break. Here we are. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and members of the public. The project before you tonight is a request to allocate residential capacity and initiate a general plan amendment for a multifamily residential concept located at 59 Moody Court. The request consists of the following. Initiate the general plan amendment to move 5 citywide Measure E units into the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan for a 4-unit multifamily residential project. Also allow concurrent processing of entitlements in conjunction with legislative actions. In this case, legislative actions include the allocation of the units themselves. And also finally, evaluate the proposed concept based on the new simplified pre-screen criteria adopted by City Council in December of 2020. The pre-screen process essentially serves as the tool necessary to allocate the requested 5 Measure E units before you tonight. So where are we in this pre-screen process? The whole process is an evaluation of a proposed concept against adopted city criteria and a required step to allocate requested Measure E units. The current refined pre-screen process calls for a conceptual level review based on land use to determine whether the site could be allocated units. And in this case, a 5 Measure E unit residential concept. It is important to note that tonight's action is not approving the project, just allowing the concept to proceed with review and evaluation associated with the formal application. Also, tonight's action does not guarantee the project will be approved during the formal review process, as the project will be further evaluated and considered by the Planning Commission and the City Council. The applicant has 12 months to submit the formal application, and it should be known that the project may be modified between now and the submittal of a formal application, and in order to meet the city's development standards, codes, and policies. Here is a review process provided graphically to illustrate where the project stands tonight. These are the many steps in the planning and development review process. Today we are in the yellow category, which is the pre-screen. This is the very initial step of the process. If the requested units are allocated, the next step is the pre-application to iron out development standards and other project specifics. Then follows the formal development application that will be reviewed for conformance. And thereafter, the environmental analysis for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and then the hearing review process. At the end of this process, the Planning Commission would review and evaluate the project, hold public hearings, and make a recommendation to the City Council. The City Council would then hold a public hearing and take final action on the proposal. Again, should the City Council allocate the units tonight, the City Council will get another opportunity to reevaluate the proposal for final review and consideration. As previously mentioned, the pre-screen is a required step for the allocation of the units. The process adopted by Council in December of 2020 involves the evaluation of the design concept according to predefined criteria. The key criteria outlined here serves to determine whether the concept before you tonight warrants the allocation of the requested 5 Measure E units for the 4-unit residential concept. This process allows the council to comment early in the evaluation process. This evaluation criteria detailed in the staff report is as follows. The project setting, that is the concept design based on the proposed location, the quality of the concept plan, regional housing needs assessment as it relates to affordable units, concept features that are provided for the community benefit, and the design concept as it relates to the SB 20 downtown specific plan vision. Here are the proposed concept details. The subject property totals 0.17 acres and will serve as the site for the proposed multifamily residential concept, which consists of 2- and 3-story building with parking located below 3 out of the 4 units. Although the concept is for only 4 units, A total of 5 Measure E units are being requested tonight, resulting in a 1 unit over allocation. The 5 unit count is based on the 0.17 acres multiplied by 30 units per the acre. This concept includes no density bonus or affordable units. Here's an aerial photograph of the subject property in its current condition. The site is an undeveloped knoll located on the west side of Moody Court and approximately 200 feet south of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. As outlined here, it appears that the site supports oak trees, which are outlined in the green circles. However, it should be noted that impacts to these protected trees are not specifically known at this time. The new pre-screen process adopted by City Council does not require a tree report or technical studies at this time. However, city policies require evaluation of projects in an effort to protect and preserve these trees. Should the City Council allocate the requested units tonight, with the submittal of a formal application, technical studies will be required, including a tree report that will include tree impacts, work methods, monitoring, and protection standards. Here's a photograph of the subject property. The photograph on the left is looking west from Moody Court. As you can see here, there is mature landscaping that's surrounding the property. You have the ascending slope from Moody Court towards the rear of the property. And then on the right-hand side, that's a view of the property looking to the northeast from within the site. On the right-hand side, you have the existing office buildings. And then you have an oak tree on the adjacent property to the south. And then again, the project site here as indicated by the red arrow. Here's another shot of the property at the top of that knoll, looking towards Moody Court. This is where the slope is ascending, just to give you a good sense of what's out there right now in the current site conditions. Here's a site plan of the proposed concept. You gain access from Moody Court, which is along the eastern property line. The green arrow there indicates a driveway access, which leads to the parking garages that are below the apartment buildings. The three arrows there in the blue indicate those 3 parking garages that are below the 3 units. You have a 4th unit at the western portion of the building, unit number 4 here, where you have the garage not below the unit, but just at 1 story. And then you also have a trellis here at the rear portion of the property, a pathway that would be at the perimeter of the property. As indicated here, there would be some retaining walls proposed and common open space here along the frontage of Moody Court. Although the site is not located directly on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, it is within walking distance. Proximity to Thousand Oaks Boulevard will lead to further exploration of the boulevard, of dining and shopping opportunities. The concept provides direct access to an existing sidewalk along the project frontage, which will encourage pedestrian activity and further provide connectivity to public transit and a variety of nearby commercial, retail, medical, and professional uses along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Here is a slide demonstrating all the surrounding land uses within close proximity of the project site. Here at the center bottom of the slide, you have Thousand Oaks Boulevard, approximately 200 feet to the north. We have the 23 freeway to the east, the 101 freeway to the south. We also have Houghton Camp to the west, and then Hillcrest Drive to the north beyond that. As indicated here, you have commercial land uses to the east. Pardon me, give me 1 second, please. Sorry, I have some allergies. You have commercial land uses to the east and the west of the subject property. You also have commercial land uses to the north of Thousand Oaks Boulevard to the west. You have multifamily residential uses to the west of Houghton Camp. And you also have single-family residential uses to the north of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Again, these subject property is located very much within the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. These blue circles are the public transit stops that are close by. The pink dotted line that follows the alignment of Thousand Oaks Boulevard is the existing bike share road that's near the subject property. The subject site, again, it is located within an area that offers a variety of job centers, nearby commercial uses, including retail, medical, personal services, and professional offices. The site is within walking distance of convenient markets, restaurants, brew pubs, retail, and entertainment. Staff would like to note that the City Council recently did approve and allocate 55 Measure E units to the property directly to the south of the site, which is 86 Long Court, most recently, one of the most recent City Council meetings. Okay, as far as the next steps go, the City Council approves the request tonight. The applicant will then revise the project plans based on the comments provided tonight and then submit a pre-application. After that, the applicant will then need to submit a formal application on or before September 14th of 2022. The formal applications include, but are not limited to, a zone change, a development permit, a protected tree permit, among others. Staff would like to note that through the formal review process, other city departments and agencies will be required to review the project and provide recommendations, conditions, and an approval. The formal application would then require review and approval by both the Planning Commission and City Council. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council provide direction to either option one, initiate the general plan amendment to allocate the 5 Measure E units for the property, or 2, deny the allocation of 5 units from the Measure E for the proposed project. That concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Contreras. Sorry you were having allergies. Yeah, it can be pretty sometimes debilitating, but thank you for just pushing through with the presentation. All right, so we have the 5 requests for units, and I'm looking to see if we have any speakers. We have 2 speakers. I see that Mayor Pro Tem's hand is up. Just so you know, staff says they will give me a laptop next council meeting that will enable me to see all the participants where the hands go up, because my iPad is not that accommodating. So it will be a laptop for the next council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Engler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate you noticing my hand up all the time. It's very nice of you. Just a couple of quick things. I drove by there today, Mr. Contreras. I did notice what looked like live oaks right in the vicinity of the property. Those are on your radar as far as protecting those trees?
Great question, council member. Yes, that is on our radar. In fact, that's part of our evaluation process to make sure that the site doesn't support protected trees or not. Staff did verify that there are trees on or near the perimeter of the property. When staff, if the City Council does allocate the units tonight, as I previously mentioned, and the applicant, if they come in with the formal application, staff would then require a tree report for a detailed evaluation and assessment of the proposed impacts from the project onto those protected trees.
And I may have missed it. What is the property zoned for now? What is the allocation for it now? Is it commercial? Is it zone commercial now? Is that why we need the general plan amendment?
Yeah, it's commercial within the specific plan 20. In order to allocate any Measure E units within the specific plan, it requires the general plan amendment for the allocation itself.
Okay, and so it's a very small project. Is the applicant? I could ask this of them, I guess too, but is the applicant envisioning any amenities at the property, or how is that being worked on?
Thank you, Councilmember Engler. The site plan that we received initially does not provide any sort of recreational amenity on the site, just a private open space for each unit. But the overall site does not have any amenities for the tenants.
Thank you. It's a very small property and a small project, so I didn't expect much. I was just curious. Thank you.
Councilmember McNamee. Your hand is up. No? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I do see Councilmember McNamee's hand up on my screen.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Madam Mayor, we're not hearing you. Are you speaking?
I am speaking, yes. Can you not hear me?
Still not hearing you.
Yeah, I don't hear anything either. In fact, I never see myself.
There you go.
Okay, go ahead and talk, just speak.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Contreras, wonderful presentation. Thank you. Question for you. What was actually there before we moved forward with this project from the applicants?
Can you repeat that question? What was there before, or the site conditions before the subject application was
Has it
submitted?
always been vacant land? Has there been buildings on there? What was there beforehand?
Yeah, based on staff's research on the subject property, there hasn't been any development on the property. It's been vacant. In fact, staff understands that the actual knoll that's existing on the property is not natural sloping terrain. It was some type of stockpiling that occurred in the past. And there haven't been any kind of development projects on the subject property as far as staff knows.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, can you hear me? We have microphones out in sure form.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I guess I failed a beauty contest because I'm sure I did fail it because I never see myself. But I wonder if it would be possible for me to see a diagram of that proposed project.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Contreras could just call it back up.
Sure, just give us a quick moment and
yes.
Carlos can pull that up.
You want the concept plan, correct?
I just like the bird's eye view of that site showing the project.
Okay. Please let me know if this is the correct slide.
No, I like a slide showing the units. That you say there are 5 units?
Oh, yes. Okay, I think it's this is the concept plan. Perhaps this is the one you would like me to bring up.
That lower left hand, is that box? Is that a unit?
No, so this is the parking garage for this unit number 4. So you have unit 1 along the easternmost portion of the building, and then you have unit 2 to the west of that, and you have unit 3, which these are all above the parking garages, and then unit 4 is a 2-story unit with this 1-story parking garage here.
So there are 4 dwelling units.
4 units, yes.
I thought I saw 5 somewhere.
Well, just to clarify, it's because of the site's density, the number of acres at 30 units to the acre, the allocation would be for 5 Measure E units. However, the applicant is not proposing 5 units, they're only proposing 4. So essentially there would be a over allocation of 1 unit.
And what is the point of doing that?
Well, again, that's just because of the maximum allowable density on the property. It allows for up to 5 units, but based on the site's constraints, the property characteristics, the applicant doesn't seem to have the ability to include a 5th unit on the subject property, and so this is the concept we have before us tonight is for 4 units, but they can go up to a maximum of 5.
Well, pardon my inquisitiveness, but why don't we just approve 4 then? I mean, I don't understand why we're approving 5 if they're not going to be built.
I think I can clarify a little bit, Mr. Jones. The allocation is based on the Measure E allocation process, which is a derivative of the 1996 land use map at the time. So any allocation is based on the density assigned to certain sites at the time the Measure E went into effect in 1996. So we have to base the allocation of units on that land use map and the highest density, the highest range of density times the acreage to deduct units from the overall capacity so we don't exceed that 1996 threshold. So every time an allocation comes before you, it's based on the upper end of the density multiplied by the acreage of the site, and that's the deduction from the overall capacity. So in this case, it was 0.17 acres times 30 units, which gave us 5.1 or 5 units.
But I mean, I don't, it doesn't quite, I understand the math, but
right.
I see 4 units here and then we're going to vote to approve 5. Just doesn't seem logical. That's enough. I'm sorry.
Well, who thought math wouldn't be logical? Yeah, it is a little weird, but let's see.
Madam
Yes.
Mayor, if I might, just to provide a little additional context there, because it's always confusing for those out there watching, and the city attorney may want to mention this, but this gets to the confines of voter-approved initiatives like this. The complexity around it requires a calculation, and we have to adhere that calculation, regardless of how. And it's the way Measure E is written. It requires that we've had to go forward in that practice for those years. The good news for the council is that the action that they're taking on updating the general plan and the land use map associated with that will, essentially change that practice for all the properties that have been identified through that process. So it takes a very convoluted situation and makes it much more straightforward.
So there's no danger of the owner coming back at some point in time and saying, I'd like to build the 5th one now, if you don't mind, since you've already approved it.
So the way any type of allocation occurs, Councilmember Jones, is it's always based on the maximum density in the whatever that land use designation. For example, if it was medium density at 15 units an acre, we have to take and they want to build it 9 units an acre, we actually have to do the total allocation, the total density opportunity on that particular property. And that's how, when we've gone back in the past and processed general plan amendments where we pulled units out, it was to ensure that there was consistency between the development on the ground and what the allocation was. But overall, every time we do a project and we bring it before you, it's always based on the maximum density of whatever that particular land use category that they're requesting is times the acreage of the property.
Right. Madam Mayor, are there any further people to speak on this?
Yes, we do have.
One question.
Councilmember McNamee, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To clarify, Mr. Powers, Ms. Noonan, question. If we allocate 5, only 4 built, does 1 get put back into the bank again?
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Comes out, it's gone. Okay.
It's gone.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all over the city, by the way.
If there are no questions, I will call the 2 speakers. The first one is the property owner. His name is Eli Dedon, and the second speaker will be Clint Foltz. Good evening. I'm told that accept, I see. Accept's a little bit hard to hear through the masks. Okay, we do have 2 speakers and no additional speakers. And then we just have one more item after that regarding pre-screens, one more pre-screen. The microphones are back in operation. Okay, very good. Are there any speakers yet able to speak? Okay, Eli's being moved. Oh, he doesn't. Okay. Is Clint available?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Why don't you go ahead? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Clint Foltz. I live in Thousand Oaks, and I'm a member of the Conejo Climate Coalition. That's Conejo Climate Coalition. Evidence for man-made global warming has reached a gold standard level of certainty. Scientists have said confidence that human activities were raising the heat at the Earth's surface have reached a 5 sigma level, a statistical gauge meaning there is only a 1 in a million chance that the signal would appear if there was no warming. According to NASA, the folks who put a man on the moon, well over 97% of actively publishing climate scientists agree. Climate warming trends over the past century are extremely likely due to human activities. To say anything else is disinformation and dangerous political ideology. The project located at 59 Moody Court has the potential to provide the community with additional and desperately needed housing in Thousand Oaks. The project is located safely away from the wilderness-urban interface and indeed within walking distance to Thousand Oaks Boulevard, providing residents easy access to a myriad of services and small businesses. I was able to visit the project site earlier today, and I have some observations. The city has a great opportunity to encourage development that focuses on green building, energy efficient design standards, and climate friendly appliances and utilities. The applicant should be required to exceed green building standards, not just meet them. We are in a climate emergency and we should act accordingly. Make this project all electric, save money by eliminating dangerous gas hookups, install solar power systems and include battery backups that will provide clean energy even during a power blackout. Include electrical vehicle charging stations in each garage. While I'd rather see single car garages and bicycle storage infrastructure, the proposed 2-car garages offer the opportunity for dual EV charging stations and would still provide bicycle storage. A whopping 62% of our community's greenhouse gas pollution comes from the transportation sector. These greenhouse gases pollute the air we breathe and shorten lifespans. According to the NRDC, outdoor pollution kills 4 million people every year. This project could provide much needed housing and help mitigate some of the effects of pollution at the same time. If more housing is built nearby at 450 and 515 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard, this would be a great opportunity for the city to increase public transportation to the area and provide additional bus stops. Lastly, I'd like to encourage the city to preserve as many trees as possible at the project site. Those trees can provide shade, help bring down temperatures, mitigate the heat island effect, and reduce pollution in the area. I encourage the city to acknowledge that we are in a climate emergency. Please require REACH codes and electrify everything. The 3 projects on the agenda this evening are a great place to start. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. And that is that. I do, Mr. Contreras, have a question for you regarding the oak trees. Could you please repeat how many oak trees there are and how, I know the environmental evaluation will happen later, but if you could just repeat that information for me.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Based on the concept plans and staff's site investigation, it appears that we have, I believe, perhaps 2 off-site oak trees to the south, adjacent to the property to the south, and then 1 potential oak tree to the north on the adjacent property. Again, this is based on staff's initial site investigation.
Okay, thank you. All right. That concludes the public comments. This is not a public hearing, so I will entertain a motion, perhaps. Mayor Pro
Madam Mayor,
Tem.
I'd like to make a motion that
Yes,
we accept
go right ahead.
Staff's recommendation on this, on B10B.
10B, staff recommendation. And of course, as staff goes through this, I know you will take utmost care of the oak trees. At least that's my expectation. Regarding the climate, regarding all electric buildings, again, this is going to come before the City Council later this year, and that will be presented by our PhD climate scientist, sustainability manager, Helen Cox. All right, please vote.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Bill De La Pena?
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item 10C is another pre-screen, and wait a minute, where am I here? Yes, and that will also be presented by Carlos Contreras, our senior planner. Are you ready?
I am.
Good.
Thank you. Here we go. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The project before you tonight is a request to allocate residential capacity and initiate a general plan amendment for a mixed-use concept located at 515 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The request consists of the following: initiate the general plan amendment to move 26 citywide Measure E units into the TOB specific plan for a 36-unit mixed-use project. Allow concurrent processing of entitlement applications in conjunction with legislative actions, and evaluate the proposed concept based on new simplified pre-screen criteria adopted by the City Council. As mentioned before, the pre-screen process serves as a tool necessary to allocate the 26 requested units before you tonight. Here is basically the pre-screen review process. As I mentioned previously for the other RCA presented tonight at 59 Moody Court, the process is necessary to evaluate the proposed concept against adopted city criteria and a required step to allocate the requested Measure E units. The current pre-screen process calls for a conceptual level review based on land use to determine whether the site should be allocated units, and in this case, a mixed-use concept along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Please note that tonight's action is not approving the project, just allowing the concept to proceed with the review and evaluation associated with the formal submittal. Also, this action does not guarantee the project will be approved during the formal review, and the project will be further evaluated and considered by the Planning Commission and City Council. The applicant, again, has 12 months to submit their formal application, and it should be noted that these concepts typically get further refined to meet city development standards, codes, and policies. And here again is the illustration of the review process and where the project stands today. As shown here, we are in the yellow category, which is the pre-screen. Again, this is the very initial step of the process. If the units are allocated tonight, then the project moves on to the pre-application process. And again, that is where we iron out project specifics and development standards. And then what we have next is the formal development application, which is to further review the project for conformance. And then we have the environmental review process, again for compliance with CEQA, which is the California Environmental Quality Act. And finally, the actual hearing review process. And at this actual stage, the Planning Commission would review and evaluate the project, hold public hearings, and make a recommendation to the City Council. The City Council would then hold a public hearing and take final action on the proposal. Again, should the City Council allocate the units tonight, the Council will get another opportunity to reevaluate the proposal and for final review and consideration at that time. Again, and here are the key considerations, the key criteria for the pre-screen process. The key criteria outlined here serves to determine whether the concept before you tonight warrants the allocation of the requested 26 Measure E units. This process allows the council to comment on the concept early in the evaluation process. The evaluation criteria detailed in the staff report is, again, project setting. That is the concept design based on the proposed location, the quality of the concept plan, regional housing needs assessment as it relates to affordable units, the concept features that are provided for community benefit, and the design concept as it relates to the downtown specific plan, which is the SB 20. Here are the concept details. The property is an irregular shaped lot totaling 0.86 acres. Lot size, lot shape, and other site constraints are key factors in the site design and layout. As such, the concept consists of one 3-story mixed-use building with commercial at the floor level and residential units on the second and third levels. The concept includes one parking structure and surface parking. A total of 36 residential units are proposed, and of those, 26 are the Measure E units. The 26 unit count is based on the 0.86 acre site multiplied by the 30 units to the acre. This concept includes a 35% density bonus, which nets the concept an additional 10 units for a total of 36. However, in order to obtain the 10 density bonus units, the applicant is required to include 4 affordable units, which is 11% of the total, either in the very low or low income categories. Here's an aerial photograph of the subject property as demonstrated here. The property is vacant and irregular shaped, and it's outlined here in the red. The site is located immediately north of Thousand Oaks Boulevard and east of Hodenkamp Drive. Based on the site visits and submitted conceptual plans, it appears that this site also supports protected oak trees, which are outlined here in the green circles to give you a better idea as to where they're located on the property. But it should be noted that, again, the impacts of these trees are not specifically known at this time. As mentioned earlier, the new pre-screen process does not require a tree report or any other technical study at this time. Should the council allocate the requested units, technical studies will be required with the submittal of the formal application. Here's a photograph that staff took of the subject property. This is looking directly north from Thousand Oaks Boulevard. As this photograph demonstrates here, on the left-hand side, you have what appears to be an oak tree. You have residential properties beyond to the north. You have this red arrow which shows where the actual project site would be located approximately on the property. And then on the right-hand side, you have the other oak trees that are on the perimeter of the property there. And then you also have a bike share-o along Thousand Oaks Boulevard and commercial to the east there. Staff would like to note that existing businesses to the east along Thousand Oaks Boulevard include, but are not limited to, a vet clinic, a massage establishment, a liquor store, a tire retailer, and a flooring store. The eastern portion of the site is located behind the building with the vet clinic use demonstrated right here on the right, where it indicates commercial. Here are a couple of other photographs of the subject property. The top photograph here is looking west from Greenwich Drive. As you can tell here, I put in the blue box the drainage channel that's existing at the northeastern portion of the property. The bottom photograph here is looking south directly from Irving Drive. There's an access, a drive there. And I highlighted where the actual project site would be located. And again, the drainage channel to the left there. Pardon me. Excuse me. This is my voice again. Okay. Madam Mayor, do you might give me just 1 minute to get
Please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Losing my voice here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Poor guy.
Okay, I think I'm back. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
No, that's quite all right. I feel for you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. I'm taking the cough drops here to make sure I'm trying to get my voice not to go. But here it is. Here's the concept plan. As illustrated here, it's a 3-story mixed-use concept that fronts Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Primary vehicle access is provided, as shown here in the green arrow, at the southwestern portion of the site along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, which then leads to the rear eastern portion of the site, where the parking garage is located, which is outlined in the orange there. The commercial component consists of 4,000 square feet of commercial ground floor level area at the western portion of the building, which is outlined in the dash red here. The residential units are located above the commercial component and parking garage, and all the apartments are outlined in the purple. Although the parking garage will serve both the commercial and residential uses, additional surface parking will be provided along the interior access road. Staff would like to note that the final parking supply will be determined by the parking required for the total number of residential units and the final commercial area that's going to be provided on the property. But the parking requirements will be based on standards contained from the municipal code, the downtown specific plan, SP20, and state law. Other concept features include private green space, outdoor seating, podium courtyards outlined here in the yellow box, rooftop terraces outlined in blue. The concept includes a common public space with a trellis at the southwestern portion of the site, which is outlined here in the dashed green square. The public space can serve as an entry to the subject site and create a transition from the public and the semi-public realm along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, create some vibrancy there. And it's important to note that the SP20 encourages projects to create well-connected, pedestrian-friendly environments along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Okay. Again, here are the land uses that are surrounding the property. This here pretty much demonstrates what is existing surrounding the subject site. Again, you have Thousand Oaks Boulevard directly to the south with the bike share road demonstrated here in the pink dashed line. You have all the various public transit stops, several of them, in fact, that are within walking distance of the subject property demonstrated in the blue circles. You have single family residential to the north of the subject property. You have Hoden Camp Road to the west, and you have commercial uses both to the east and the west and the south. And you have some multifamily residential uses just south of Hillcrest Drive. To give you a little perspective as to what's happening and what's existing surrounding the property. The site is located within an area, that offers a variety of job centers to nearby commercial uses, which includes retail, medical, personal services, and professional office sites. And it's also within walking distance of convenience markets, restaurants, brew pubs, retail, and entertainment. As far as regional housing needs, the 26 units will be counted towards satisfying the city's RHNA allocation for 2021 to 2029 period. The city has an unmet need of 733 very low and 493 low-level units. And as mentioned earlier, of the 26 units, the concept will provide 4 affordable units, and that is 11% affordable of the total, which would come in at the very low or low income category. But that final determination will be based on the applicant qualifying for 35% density bonus in accordance with state density bonus law. Staff would like to note that density bonus units are above the housing contemplated by the general plan and therefore not subject to count against the measuring capacity. And then again, this is the next steps for the project. Should the city council approve the applicant's request tonight for the 26 units to be allocated, the applicant will then revise the project plans and submit a pre-application. Thereafter, the applicant will need to submit a formal application after the pre-app within 1 year from tonight. Staff would like to note that through the formal review process, again, other city departments and agencies will be involved to review the project and provide recommendations, conditions, and an approval. The formal application would then require review and approval by both the Planning Commission and also the City Council. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council provide direction to either one, adopt a resolution to initiate the general plan amendment and allocate the 26 Measure E units requested tonight and allow for concurrent processing, or option 2, which is deny the allocation of 26 units for the proposed project. That concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for response, and so is Kelvin Parker and Steve Kearns. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you for hanging in there. Appreciate that. Let's see. We do have a question by Councilmember McNamee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wonderful presentation again. I enjoyed that. Couple questions for you. The very low and low income units, will those go to very low and low income residents here in Thousand Oaks, or is there a pool of applicants that would take advantage of this? Who is eligible for those units of very low and low income?
You want to take that one?
Go ahead.
All right, so didn't see any other hands being raised to answer that. So state law actually precludes us from putting any residency requirements on affordable housing. Typically what happens is an affordable, a developer will work with an affordable housing provider that puts out basically advertisement saying, if you're interested in these houses, you need to apply here. There is criteria that they will use, but it's all done privately by the developer and the nonprofit affordable housing organization that they're working with. But the city cannot mandate as a condition of approval that they only be given to or rented to existing residents of the city.
So we're putting in low income housing, very low income housing for people that could come from Northern California, east side of California, San Diego area. Any one of those could come to our city, but not help the ones that are lower, very low income here that need the help. Is that correct?
From a legal perspective, we cannot compel it. How the developer manages it internally is entirely dependent on how they do it. They have their own internal processes.
Thank you. Question regarding that storm drain channel. I noticed that it's coming rather close to the apartments, and structurally, how is that going to be handled? I see parking on top of where the storm drain goes underneath, yet the building itself looks rather close. Talk to me a little bit about the structural integrity of something like that.
Staff does not have a detailed evaluation or a civil plan to refer to, but we also do have public works staff to interject here. But based on the concept plan and what the applicant has provided to us to date, both the mixed-use building and the parking structure would be immediately south of that drainage culvert out there that would be located primarily where that surface level parking is going to be proposed along the northern portion of the site. As far as flood zone and other specifics as far as design goes and the setbacks for that proposed building and the parking garage, I'll go ahead and let our Department of Public Works staff provide a little bit more detailed response to that.
Yes, thank you, Carlos. My name is Mohammed Fatimi. I manage the engineering division services in Public Works.
Hey, Mohammed, I got this one. This is Cliff Finley at Public Works.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
The answer to that question is obviously it is in close proximity and there will be challenges, as you could presume from the site plan. We don't know exactly what they are at this point in time. Again, that would come out in the final design. And obviously they would also need to get permits and permission from the Watershed Protection District who owns those properties.
Where are we also with fire and police, public safety kind of access to this particular property, because the access looks kind of restricted for some of the residents in the back?
You are correct. And Carlos, I'll just jump in here. They have not yet had the opportunity to review the plans. It's really been at a high level with the planning department.
Any other issues you see with this property for development that need to be addressed as it goes through the process?
I'm sure there's lots of them as it goes through all the department reviews. Lots of challenges, including stormwater requirements, meaning stormwater retention requirements, et cetera. Again, those all get vetted out during the process if we move forward.
Excellent, thank you.
Since I don't see any hands up, let me ask a question. There are no design plans for this?
Staff received very much conceptual, hand-drawn architectural concept plan. That's as far as we have for the project.
Hand-drawn, you said?
Yeah, I mean, the concept plans are architectural plans. They're just not highly detailed concept plans for this pre-screen process.
Okay. It looks to me that the property is very oddly shaped. And do you know whether there have been any attempts by the property owner to perhaps purchase neighboring parcels to make it more cohesive? Because, it's a very odd shape.
To date, staff is only aware of this proposed concept as you see it before you tonight. I'll go ahead and let the property owner, I believe is attending the meeting tonight, discuss whether or not they've been trying to acquire properties surrounding the subject site to approve the concept design.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember McNamee.
Just one follow-up. This is a single-story structure, is that correct, or is it 2 stories? I wasn't clear with that presentation.
It's going to be a 3-story concept. You have at the ground level, you'd have the commercial component on the western portion, and then the parking garage on the eastern portion of the site. And then above that, the garage, you'd have 2 levels of residential. And then above the commercial component, you'd have another 2 levels of residential.
So the 3-story will actually abut to the sidewalk or close to the sidewalk there on Thousand Oaks Boulevard? The 3-story will be right there?
As based on the concept plans, yes, and with I believe rooftop terrace overlooking the Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
Thank you.
And if I may just add a couple of comments to the previous question asked by the mayor. It's the desire of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan to have property owners along the boulevard assemble properties together in order to come up with projects that fit more along the vision of the boulevard in terms of creating a destination and a sense of place, not necessarily each individual small parcel building on their own, but to incorporate cooperation amongst the property owners to help move the community's vision for the SP forward. These are the type of comments that we typically make when projects come in for pre-screen. That's not necessarily required, that level of detail at this phase right here, the pre-application. In the pre-screen, that level of detail is not necessarily provided at this juncture in the process.
Well, the pre-screens we've had so far, they certainly seemed a little bit more, maybe not fleshed out, but didn't have these challenges that this particular parcel presents. Well, that is all I will have to say.
I agree with you, Mayor, and I believe the applicant may have some comments related to that.
Okay, we do have 2 speakers. Are there any questions from my council colleagues? No? I will then ask the first speaker. I understand the property owner is available only for questions. Okay, then Mrs. Burns, if you are with us this evening, we would like to see if you could answer the questions regarding the neighboring parcels, perhaps.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm a little bit at a disadvantage. Neil Scribner is the development project manager on this, and unfortunately, he's in the hospital today. So I've jumped in on this meeting. I am aware of the project. My husband started it before his death in February, so I kind of jumped into a lot of things lately. It's something that I'm willing to look into in terms of the property. I don't know how feasible that is. If you look back at the property footprint, you'll see that our office building is right next to this property, and it's already a fully built out property. The property next to it is a veterinary clinic, and I don't think he has any intention of moving anytime soon. But, obviously it's something that, I can discuss further with Neil.
Thank you. All right, then our next speaker is Jackson Piper, followed by Faith Grant.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm here to advocate for this project as a part of developing more housing in Thousand Oaks. I believe this will be a good project to place additional residents within easy walking distance of the shops and services along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and hopefully enable them to access Thousand Oaks Transit reliably as well. Of course, I would like to see more projects with more affordable housing included, but I do note that this does have 4 affordable units as part of the 36-unit development plan. So this will this will help a little bit, and we need every little bit that we can to help with our housing crisis. And I do think that there should be some effort to address any concerns about any structural integrity, if there's any risk of the waterway compromising any development there. But I have full confidence that the city and the developer will make sure that that does not happen. So I strongly recommend that this project be, or this allocation be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Faith Grant.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Faith, and I am a resident of Thousand Oaks. Pre-screening permits the City Council to provide direction early in the building process for this project. Conejo Climate Coalition is here tonight to remind the City Council to take advantage of this phase and be forward-thinking in reducing fossil fuel emissions in new building construction. This pre-screening phase is an important opportunity to require green building standards, including electrification, the installation of EV chargers, and solar panels, along with battery storage to combat climate change. All these features will reduce emissions from new buildings and their attached transportation activity. Our continued request for green buildings may seem repetitive and annoying, but climate change is here and it's not going away. The project provides an opportunity to make Thousand Oaks a leader in climate change solutions. The City Council can help residents be active participants in climate solutions by installing EV chargers that will support the transition to electric vehicles, install bicycle storage that will provide a transportation alternative to vehicles, electrification that will attract residents who want and demand a healthy gas-free living environment, and solar panels and storage that will assure residents they are not locked into and dependent on fossil fuels. Again, please look into this pre-screen phase as an opportunity to require REACH codes and to incent green building standards that will both retain and draw new residents to the City of Thousand Oaks and establish the city as a leader in taking bold, positive steps to reduce the causes of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we can go back to staff for any questions by council members.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I'd like to ask staff just to review the process for a moment. In this pre-screening process, my first question is the current design locked in to whatever eventuates in the future as long as, as pertains to the development?
I can take this one, Kelvin, if you'd like me to, or unless you want to go.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, this is the initial stage. This is just the pre-screen. We're looking at just the land use and site layout for the allocation of the 26 Measure E units and the overall 36 unit project. Again, if the applicant is allocated the units tonight, the applicant would then come in for a formal application, which then would be reviewed internally by varying departments and agencies that would then perhaps require some changes to the plans. We just mentioned earlier how there's a drainage existing along the north central portion of the property where the surface parking is located. There are potential oak tree impacts. They're going to have to comply with parking. Perhaps the commercial component may be modified. Certain components of the building design, we get into more of those details as we get further into the project at the formal review stage. But I mean, yes, at this point now, basically what we're looking at is a mixed use concept appropriate at the subject property. for the allocation of the 26 Measure units. And then as we go through the formal review process, the project will be further refined, and there may be some changes to the concept as we further review it.
The other thing is what the mayor brought up. I haven't memorized the map, but it seems to me there was a fairly large project between this irregularly shaped building or so, between it and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And I'm just wondering, could you show that map again?
Yes, I can. Give me 1 second here. I'll share my screen. And here we go.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to tell here, but it looks like in that, yeah, in the area to the vertical line there.
Mm-hmm.
Stop moving that around, okay? Making me nervous. The vertical line that coming up from the street, you see that line of the property? Yeah. And just to the right or the east of that, is that all one property there that faces on Thousand Oaks Boulevard?
Yes, I believe this is like a triangular shaped parcel where the vet clinic is located, just immediately to the east of that oak tree there.
So that's one property. Would, in your thinking, would that property, if it were not incorporated into the subject parcel, would that stand alone? Would that be able to be developed with something that would be pleasing and fit in to the neighborhood? It would be commercial property, I would think, wouldn't it?
Based on the concept plan that we see before us tonight, the applicant didn't demonstrate any kind of pedestrian connectivity or other site design measures that would incorporate that specific lot into this project design. I mean, if based on the size of that property, it looks like there would be various constraints for development on that specific parcel because of the size of the lot and the configuration of the lot, and also the oak trees that are located there along that vertical line you mentioned earlier. So it seems like it would be rather difficult based on the current site condition to develop that specific area you're talking about.
Well, I mean, it seems to me it'd be rather onerous to say to the owner that if you can't purchase that property, you can't do anything. I mean, I don't obviously want to see something that would be displeasing, but I don't know. Just one more question. Do you think that property in its existing form would be feasible for some type of development? And if so, what do you think that might be?
If I may jump in there, Councilman. Ideally, for properties of this nature along the boulevard, we encourage assemblage of parcels in order to create projects that aren't necessarily quite that geometric in shape. Ideally, given some of the site constraints with the canal there and the properties on the left and right of that, it's an opportunity to assemble multiple parcels to create a commercial development that fits in with the boulevard and not just a small token amount based on the frontage that that parcel has. The residences that are there on the site, ideally the building would be designed in such a way where the properties next door can continue to develop without being encumbered by an existing structure that may sit there on site for 50 years. So it's not necessarily all about the one development under review tonight, but it's about the broader vision of the specific plan and that the council has laid out for what they want to see in the future there along Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
Well, I appreciate that broader view, but we're dealing with an owner here who would like to do something with the property and may not have the wherewithal to wait until somehow she, or I guess it's Mrs. Burns we're talking about, could assemble other properties. Are we just saying, you know, ad infinitum, you have to sit here until you can afford to assemble other properties?
No, we're not necessarily saying that. We're saying that it is a site consideration, and it's one that we've made on other properties along the boulevard. There's one that did not move forward at 2601 Thousand Oaks Boulevard on the corner of Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Canale School Road. We talked about a little bit earlier tonight, the Kmart site, which was broken into 3 separate parcels. One of those parcels has been reassembled and factored into that project there. And it's a common sort of consideration and comment that staff would make on projects of this nature as they move through the process. And whether they can assemble those parcels or not, that might be something that the applicant may have comments about as well.
Well, as you see that in that parcel I was talking about, just to the east of that vertical line, what size is that parcel?
It's 0.17 acres.
And what do you think would be feasible if she were not able to assemble that to her property?
Feasible on that site, that 0.17 acres, Mr. Jones? Well, for that 0.17 acres, ironically, is the same size as that 59 Moody Court. So it is feasible to develop something on that property, depending on whether they want to pursue it a commercial product or a residential product is something they would come forward with if they want to redevelop the site. Right now, it's under separate ownership and is occupied with a commercial building. So it's not part of this project at this time, as you're aware.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot, but as you look at the proposal before us and then see that parcel we're talking about, do you think that could be developed as a single parcel and with a pleasing appearance?
I think something could be built there. Yes, I think it'd be ideally, if it was merged with this site, the configuration would be much more palatable to the overall development of this property, in my opinion. But yes, it could be built with something.
But that one parcel would have to be developed and stand on its own. For something like this, in an area like this, it's an opportunity to combine those parcels to make a better project for that area and the neighborhood in general. There are some irregularly shaped parcels in that area. However, when they're joined together, that condition changes. And it's just one more factor for council to consider when making their decision.
Can I jump in here? Because I do have some information for you from Neil, from his hospital bed.
Could I ask you a question about Neil? What is the nature of his problem?
You know what? Honestly, I don't have that information.
Mr. Jones, yeah, we have HIPAA laws, so we should not be discussing anyone's health on television. So, but go ahead, Mrs. Burns.
You can call me later. You can call me later for sure. Okay, two things. My husband and I have owned this piece of property for years and years, and we've tried to purchase other lots around it unsuccessfully. So that's not been something that's been ignored. Neil, remind me of that. Number two, Neil told me that the staff, and correct me if I'm wrong, you should have the drawings with you to see the beautiful layout that Neil, because Neil designed the property. And I think you all know he's done some beautiful projects throughout the city. Can we show those? Because I think it makes a huge difference. I mean, it takes a property that, like you said, looks irregular when you look at it from a bird's eye view, but when you see it from street view, when it's actually drawn out, it's a beautiful development. So can we show those?
Mr. Contreras, are those the hand-drawn designs?
I just want to point out that unfortunately, that's not part of the package tonight and what the council's reviewing. Otherwise, we would show them, but that's not how the process is set up to work at this time.
But your comments are about the irregularity of the layout and the idea that it's not going to be pleasing to look at, when I'm thinking that the drawings are going to show you exactly that. So I don't know why that couldn't be shown to refute what you're saying.
At this stage in the process, those type of drawings are not incorporated currently. And that was a change that's happened within the last year or so. So if the project moves forward, we'll be happy to work with you in terms of renderings and drawings as that process as the project gets evaluated and moved through the process.
Just one more question. What is the height of the building, proposed building?
We staff does not have the exact height for the project ironed out at this moment. Again, because of the actual level of review for these pre-screens, staff does not have the details of the actual height and massing and scale of the project. Again, it's a basic concept, site layout, 3-story project based on this new refined pre-screen process, further simplified pre-screen process.
Thank you. That concludes my questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I thank you for your patience, Mr. McNamee, Councilmember McNamee. By the way, I don't have all council members on my screen again. But before I go to you, Councilmember McNamee, I would like to ask our city attorney a question. So we've had the applicant say that she submitted drawings, but we heard staff say that they were only hand-drawn drawings. And why could they not be part of tonight's packet?
So the pre-screen process is really, again, it's prior to creating the pre-screen process, we always called it initiation of general plan amendment. And that's really what this is. And even before we created this process, it was basically just a letter saying, hey, we're interested in changing the land use designation from commercial to residential or institutional to commercial or whatever it is. We created a pre-screen process to ensure that a developer doesn't spend a lot of money on a project that ultimately will be denied by the city council. So this is kind of like a preview for you guys to consider a little bit more than just, should this be commercial? Should this be residential? So we require some basic information, and that is really the site plan. So you can look at the site plan and look at it and determine, is this something that we think merits a project going forward? Do we want to allow the developer to proceed with a formal application and formal review? And during that formal application and formal review, such things as architecture design, oak tree impact, drainage channel restrictions, fire department access, all of those things are evaluated as part of a formal application. But really tonight, you're just here to look at a site plan and determine, does it merit at this point, does it merit allowing them to move forward?
And just to add to that, Madam Mayor, as a reminder to the council who's seen, and this may be your very last pre-screen. I don't know. I thought some of the ones in the spring may have been, but we have a duty to still process these absent a moratorium on pre-screens, and so that's why it's in front of you. But you have varying developers that approach development in different ways in previous iterations, and some would spend quite significant sums of money rendering with building materials and structural designs, things that were essentially attempts at kind of a old former community development director John Prescott always called them smoky drawings, and that was the term that was utilized to say this is kind of what we're thinking. But unfortunately, absent review by, in particular this case, flood channel entities, the fire district, and all the things that happen as you move through a normal development process where you do not have the Measure E issue hanging above us as we do in our community. And so that's the reason we have this as a step in our process. Those renderings don't have a lot of bearing because they change dramatically when you have to change your ingress and egress because of flood access, when you have to change your parking configuration because of different components. And so that was part of the reason back in December, the council made modification to this to be able to streamline this process for the developer side, but also to actually move these forward through process to have those discussions as quick as they can.
Thank you. I'm going to let Councilmember McNamee ask his questions before I will do more follow-ups. Go ahead. Thank you for your patience.
Mrs. Burns, first off, my sympathies for the loss of your husband. You're showing a great deal of strength getting to this point and seeing his vision come forward. I hope that strength continues in this arduous process and see what we as a council can do for you. The no real question, Madam Mayor, I was going to make a motion if we could move the question, but on the other hand, you have some questions, so I'll hold until you complete all your questions.
I don't have Councilmember Adam on my screen again. Let me swipe over. Do you have a
Let's see if we
question?
can
There
find
you
him.
are. And I don't have Mr. Engler either. Okay. The question I have is, we have had pre-screens where green building or LEED certified was being discussed, and obviously we've had 2 pre-screens, and not sure either one of them really lends itself or themselves for green building. Nonetheless, I was wondering whether in the discussion process, perhaps staff could steer applicants toward more sustainable projects or product.
Yes, absolutely. As projects move through the process, we can have those conversations and make those requests of applicants.
Thank you. I just lost everything. One moment, please. All right, we're back. Okay, Councilmember McNamee.
I'd like to move the motion as proposed by staff, 10C.
With directions to staff to see whether the project can be improved with perhaps purchasing other parcels in order to have a more, how shall I put it, have a project that fits the vision for this specific plan? Is that something that staff can work with as well?
I'm okay if you want to include that in the motion.
Okay, now that I have both
If I
Councilmember...
may,
Two questions with Councilmember Adam and Engler. It may not be on your screen.
They are now back on my screen with their hands up. Okay, let's see, who was first?
Madam Mayor,
Adam beat me. Councilmember Adam was up first.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Adam.
Yeah, I'm not sure the way the motion was phrased is addressing the issue in front of us. Staff isn't recommending anything one way or another. They're simply laying out a pre-screen for us. And if I heard the motion right, it said we would vote on staff's recommendation. Staff's not recommending anything here. Okay, number one. Number two, this is a pre-screen, and we've had pre-screens come before us that passed and the project moved on. We've had pre-screens that have come before us that have failed. I'll give you one for an example. The piece of property next to the property that we own on Thousand Oaks Boulevard that has the old veterinary center on it. You may know the one I'm talking about. There was a proposal there to put in an apartment complex. But if I recall, the public space was so small that the council felt that it did not warrant to go beyond that pre-screen. So I'm just saying some pre-screens pass, some pre-screens fail. But I think what we're being asked to do tonight is to decide whether to allow this project to move forward or not. And I would say, with all due respect to the owner of the property, that the way it's been presented this evening, for me, I don't think I could support the project moving forward in this in the pre-screen that we're in right at the moment. That's not to say that something couldn't happen in the future, but Thousand Oaks Boulevard to me is a key part of the future of the city. And it's really important that the projects that we get there are top quality. They fit the boulevard, and because they're going to be there for many, many, many years. And we've been able to do that with 1710. Great project, fully leased. I think it looks perfect. 299, it's coming along. Again, we voted on that and we let it go through, and I think it's working out well. And I'm not saying that this project might have some potential in the future, but the way it looks now with this irregularly shaped parcel, and I don't think it's any fault of the applicant, it's just that the shape of the parcel is impeding the best use of the property. There's not enough frontage, I don't believe. And it just seems like we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole here. And I understand there could be problems with consolidation. However, the specific plan and the general plan update that we just adopted is calling for consolidation for smaller properties to try to get a larger footprint to get a better project. And I will say, I believe the Burns building is right next to this project. So perhaps that could be considered for consolidation. I don't know. So in other words, the way it's presented right now, I don't think I could support it moving past the pre-screen, but I wouldn't rule it out coming back at a later time. But again, we're voting on whether or not to allow it to move through the pre-screen process. I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think staff's recommending anything one way or another.
Mr. Adam, you're actually correct. Your experience comes through again. Perhaps I should phrase the motion of I am moving 10C1, which is to take 26 citywide Measure E dwelling units out of the Boulevard specific plan.
There you go.
Thank you for the clarification.
Got it.
Madam
Mr.
Mayor?
Mr. Jones, Mr. Engler is next.
Oh, pardon me.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones, and thank you, Madam Mayor. I think normally the way I approach a pre-screen is one in which we're simply allowing a project to move forward, and there's no guarantee that down the way there's going to be any final approval for a project. And that's been my normal way of looking at pre-screens. This one gives me a little bit of pause, though. It is a property that is problematic. It's almost two properties that are joined at the hip. And I'm not sure there can be a viable project put there that makes sense for the boulevard, as Councilmember Adams mentioned. So I'm just going to voice my concern right now. I'm not quite sure which way I'd vote on this, and that's unusual for me because I usually want to see a project come forward and see what the developer can do. But this property is pretty problematic. So I'm going to reserve judgment until a little bit later after I hear my colleagues speak.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I have the agenda in front of me. And what is the recommendation? Well, there are two. Number one is adopt resolution to initiate general plan amendment to move 26 citywide Measure E dwelling units into the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan for a contemplated mixed-use project on 0.86 acre site and authorize concurrent processing of legislative actions and project entitlements for a proposed mixed-use project for the property located at 515 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. That's number one, or number two is to deny the initiation of the GPA. Is it my turn to speak, Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I agree with the first part of what Councilman Engler just said, and then when he got to the middle, he changed a little. I thought he was going toward maybe a reluctant agreement to number one. I've always thought these general plan, screenings or red light, green light hearings, that the onus was really on the proposed developer. I mean, we initiated this so that person would not get to the end of the project and spend a lot of money and then find out it's a no. That is, in doing this, he gets a tentative idea where he or she is. And after the tentative idea, if the council were to approve letting him into the process or letting her into the process, that person would be, taking a little gamble to see if he or she could come up with a fitting project. And I frankly, if the owner is willing to take that gamble, I think there's a lot to recommend this. And, in the process of finalizing the project, maybe some of these objections that we're seeing or proposed problems that may exist could be ironed out. So my position is, if the owner is willing to take that chance, I see enough positive in this to let it go forward. And I also think it's an onerous demand to make. You can't do anything with this property unless you buy more property. I don't think that's quite right. So I don't know if we have a motion on the floor, but I would support the option number one, Madam Mayor.
We do have a motion by Councilmember McNamee in favor of number one to adopt the resolution. Mr. McNamee?
Yes, what would you like to hear from me? To repeat the motion again, and then we move it to a vote? I'm not clear where you want to go with this.
Oh, I wasn't sure because your mic was off. I mean, it was on, I should say.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Jones. We heard from the applicant, Mrs. Burns, that there were attempts made to purchase other properties, but to no avail. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes, it is.
Do we know how recent those efforts were?
They've been ongoing for the past, it has to be at least 10 years. And I do have to address the idea that the Burns Pacific building is a fully operational construction building right now. So I don't know that it's really feasible for me to rip down one very successful business to change the layout of the property. I also want to say that Neil is, again, I'm sorry this is so awkward because I'm literally texting back and forth with him, having him give me comments. He's saying that the frontage is the same as the Luppi's, those of us that have been around a long time, the Luppi's project that was done, that the frontage is the same.
Would you need perhaps a little bit more time to come up with something that is, how recent is this design that you presented to staff?
It's very recent. Neil's been working on it for the past year, first with my husband, and then, for the last couple of months with me. It's it's an absolutely beautiful project. The frontage of it is amazing. It fits in with the master plan. Neil's telling me there is no storm drain issues. We've already been addressing those. I think he's a little bit shocked that this is such so many questions on this because we didn't think this was going to be the case.
And did you say it was a 3-story building that is being proposed?
We have sections of it that are 3-story, correct.
And are they right along Thousand Oaks Boulevard or further to the back?
You know what? I'm so sorry. I can't answer that question. I think staff can, correct?
Mr. Contreras, would you be able to answer?
Yes, I can provide a little response to that.
Thank you.
Again, based on the concept plan that was provided, you have the commercial at the floor level at the western portion, and then above that you would have 2 stories of residential units that are in the front near the frontage of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, but there's also courtyards in the interior, so you would also have a two-level design at the rear portion. This occurs for both portions of the building where you have the residential above the commercial, and then also on the residential units that are above the parking garage at the eastern portion. You have two floor levels there above the parking garage, based on the concept.
I am concerned about the geometric shape of this parcel. It is, as I mentioned, it is odd, but if I'm hearing that there have been attempts to purchase neighboring property and there is no willing seller and you've done it for 10 years, then my question is, how long does one wait in order to purchase other parcels? So that does not seem fair to me necessarily. But I can certainly see staff continuing to refine and define this project and to make it as excellent as possible. And perhaps if you cannot purchase all of the neighboring property, maybe a portion of it, so that at least some of the trees will be protected. This is a challenge. This is a challenge. It's not something that I would normally support at all, knowing as limited information as we have with this. So, but I'm certainly willing to give the applicant a chance to refine it and see if anything comes out of this that is acceptable. Right now,
Madam Mayor, if I may, because I just want to, there's been a lot of discussion around it, and I just want to make sure it's very, very clear. There is no mandate or requirement of assembling properties. What staff was communicating is simply the language that is included in the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan today, which is an encouragement for parcel owners, especially those with relatively small size parcels, to try to assemble parcels. It's been a topic we've talked about quite a bit as we've gone through our downtown planning efforts. This parcel being under an acre would obviously be one of those parcels that we have that dialogue about. There is no mandate or requirement. It's certainly something that if greenlit this evening will continue to be discussed as we move through the process, but it is not a requirement.
thank you for clarifying that also. Just because a pre-screen application is approved does not mean that it will be successful. This is just the first hurdle that it has to go through. So we have a motion on the floor. Mr. Jones, did you have any other question? Oh, Mr. Adam, I see the hand up. And then Mr. McNamee, I'm not sure who was first. Oh, I'm told Mr. McNamee's hand was up first. City clerk said that,
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam Mayor.
Adam.
Why don't we do this? Let's go to Mr. Adam first, then I'll bring
Okay.
it back to restating the motion, and we can bring this to closure if that's okay with you.
That is perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Adam.
Yeah, I was just going to ask as a point of clarification, if the pre-screen this evening did not proceed, how would this thing look after the general plan update is passed, presumably passed? What would the applicant's options be then?
I'll take a step at addressing that particular question. In terms of the general plan, the land use category is going to be similar to what you have there now. So nothing's going to materially change in the general plan that would impact that project from a unit count perspective, other than they would not need to go through a pre-screen process that we're going through tonight in order to move forward with the project if the map is approved by council as currently planned. So the general plan would allow a development like this by right in the future.
That's interesting. So we could either exercise our discretion tonight or wait for 6 months, and presumably it would be all done administratively.
In terms of the need for Measure E units, that is correct. When the general plan map is adopted, units will be allocated to that. That parcel would be able to develop as if units were allocated there.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. McNamee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mrs. Burns, your property there is a very nice, large piece of property that does have challenges. And I am one of property rights owners being able to develop a property as they see fit within the guidelines of the city. My challenge is that saying yes to this property that's 3 stories with 26 units or probably 52 cars and parking plus a retail element that may not have and probably does not have adequate parking. I don't want to see you spend literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in engineering plans, architectural plans, only to come back and council says, nope, this is canyonization of Thousand Oaks Boulevard with a 3-story building sitting right in the middle of the boulevard right there. I don't want to put you through that. I would like to see it developed, but not with 3 stories the way it exists right now. But I would like to do it so we can kind of get council to put a vote to this, is make my motion again for 10C1 to see how council is going to vote on this and see if we're moving forward, or you come back with a different plan that in turn we can select.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McNamee. If there are no further comments or questions, I'm going to ask for the vote.
Councilmember Adam,
No.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler,
Yes.
and Mayor Bill Della Pena.
Yes.
And that motion carries 3-2 with council members Adam and McNamee voting no.
Mr. McNamee, just to clarify, your motion was to approve the allocation,
That's correct.
and you voted
10C1.
against that motion, your own motion?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Either way, it was going to be voting one way or the other. I could have picked the other one and
Yeah,
voted.
no, that's fine. I just wanted to be clear. Thank you. All right, and that concludes item 10C. We will now move to, let's see, let me go to item 11 really quickly for commission or committee board reports. I don't really have anything other than to share with you a message from the daughter of former mayor and late mayor Larry Horner, who wanted to communicate to the city and the city council and staff the Horner family's deepest appreciation for the city and the public for attending the Lawrence Horner Celebration of Life ceremony this past Saturday. We are grateful to our extended family, friends, and community for the kind and meaningful words about Dad. We are grateful to the city staff, city council, and numerous elected officials for honoring Larry in such a loving and memorable way. With gratitude, Betty, Kimberly, Cindy, and Larry Jr. And with that, we can go to item 13. That is Mr. Giles, Human Resources Director.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Mayor, would you, since these two items, 13A and 13B are related, would you like me to deliver the staff report together on those? To save us a little time.
Yes, why not?
Okay. Tonight, the City Council is considering item 13A, compensation and 8th Amendment to the employment agreement of the City Attorney Tracy Noonan, and item 13B, the compensation and 5th Amendment to the employment agreement with the City Manager, Andrew Powers. On item 13A, the City Council reviews the City Attorney's performance on an annual basis. Her performance review for fiscal year 2020-2021 was completed on August 31st of this year. Last year, the City Attorney requested that any adjustment for the prior fiscal year be postponed to this year due to the economic impacts of the pandemic. The proposed changes for your consideration to the existing City Attorney agreement are within the authority which the council provided to the mayor. They consist of an increase in the annual salary from $272,137 to $283,022, and the establishment of a retiree health savings plan funded by a city contribution of $1,360. On item 13B, the City Council reviews the City Manager's performance on an annual basis as well. His performance review for this past fiscal year was completed on August 30 31st. Last year, the city manager also requested that any adjustment for the prior fiscal year be postponed to this year due to the economic impacts of the pandemic. The proposed changes for your consideration to the existing city manager agreement are within the authority provided to the mayor. They are an increase in annual salary from $269,667 to $280,453, and the establishment of a retiree health savings plan funded with city contribution, $1,350. Council will need to consider these adjustments in separate motions, but I am available to answer any questions you may have regarding these two separate agenda items.
Thank you, Mr. Giles. Are there any questions or comments? Let me see. Do I have my colleagues, all of them? One. Oh, there you are. Okay, good. Councilmember McNamee, go ahead.
Mr. Giles, what is the percent increase for both city manager and city attorney at this point?
There's the salary increase would be 4%, and the retiree health savings is 0.5% of their current salary.
And the pensions, as you say, would be one that's paid out over the person retiring to the remainder of their life. So it's one where you'll get increases with inflation and so forth as these state pension plans allow. Is that correct?
Well, the pension plans there's no changes to the pension plan with these changes to the contract other than the way that they work with the formula.
So they do get an inflationary lift every year after they've retired to keep pace with inflation. Is that correct?
The retirement formula doesn't have an increase on that. It has a factor based upon the years of service and the highest year of service. That's the highest single year salary. That's our contract with CalPERS.
Okay, and that could be paid out over 1 year, 5 year, 10 years, 20 years, correct? Depending on the life of the...
Depending on the life of the employee and depending on which payment plan that they're using, whether that is for themselves and or a spouse or dependent.
Okay, and when I went to Transparent California...
Sorry, Councilmember McNamee, I just want to jump in really quick and just clarify. We do have by contract, there is an inflation percentage that is calculated each year by CalPERS contract for our retirees.
Thank you for the clarifications. So
You're welcome.
there is an inflation factor that's in there. Thank you. I went to Transparent California, and Mr. Giles, is this fairly correct for our wonderful city manager? If you add up the regular pay, other pay, benefits, pensions, right now it's at $418,000 a year. Is that in the ballpark with transparentcalifornia.com as it being accurate?
There's always a variance with Transparent California, but I would say that is generally within the ballpark of the fully loaded, fully benefited position, monetary and non-monetary.
Excellent. And for our wonderful city attorney, Tracy Noonan, transparentcalifornia.com came out with approximately $396,000, including regular pay, other pay, benefits, pensions. Is that fairly close number?
Yeah, again, there are always some inaccuracies with Transparent California, and depending on the year they're reporting, but generally speaking, that would be within the ballpark.
Okay, that came in from 2019, but again, we're not off by $100,000. We're fairly close.
Within the ballpark, yes.
Okay, excellent. I'd like to let all the city residents who are viewing this, as well as city staff, that I cannot praise highly enough the city managers we have here. Ms. Noonan, Mr. Power have been phenomenal to work with. I've had numerous businesses over my last 33 years, and I can tell you with my employee evaluations, I always try to leave with something they can improve upon to make themselves a better employee. I struggled, and I could not find anything I could want them to improve than what they're doing right now. They provide tremendous guidance, leadership, answer the questions when they need to be presented. I really am very much enjoyed working with them. They make the job look easy, and the city is in good hands with our city manager, our city attorney, and how they orchestrate navigating through many minefields that are laid down for us through regulations and other laws mostly coming from Sacramento. And my hat's off to them. I thank you very kindly for working with me and making it a pleasurable experience being a city council member. And rest assured, I can tell the city residents, our city management is in good hands with the two of them. So, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Engler.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions, I think, and I would wholeheartedly endorse my colleagues' comments on the job performance of our two direct employees, I guess, the city manager and the city attorney. Both have done outstanding work over the last year. And as an example of their dedication to the city, refused any pay increases last year based on the stress that was going on in the community. So that's just an indication of the type of people we have employed by us. Two quick questions, Mr. Giles, though. Are the pay that we have given our two employees, our city attorney and city manager, are they consistent with the approach we've taken pretty much across the board in our city? In other words, my understanding on our philosophy is that we sort of have a skeleton crew for a city of our size, 381, if I remember right, people in our employee, which for a city of 131,000 is, or 130,000 people is pretty slim, pretty low numbers. How do we typically, pay our employees? My impression is that we try to shoot for good compensation, but demand high return.
Yes, that's accurate, Councilmember Engler. And I would just say too, as far as the leanness of the organization, we have even been more lean through the COVID period. Right now, we're of that 381 allocated positions, we have approximately 44 vacancies right now. We're working on filling some of those, but we have been working as a lean staff through these things. And as we do that, we compensate those employees who are working hard. We do a salary survey of comparable cities, determine what the market bears for those positions. We set our compensation based upon where the market is. There's a range of employment. For general employees, they move through on a step system through that range. For the mid-management, senior management, and executive levels, there's a baseline compensation increase, but then there is a pay for performance. So their increases truly are measured by the performance that they have during the prior year. And as they move through that range, it is based on performance. We do have a very competitive salary, and it is one of the reasons that Thousand Oaks enjoys a position as an employer of choice. We do have, for most of our positions, we are well sought out by professionals throughout the industry, which is a good situation to be in. Certainly with our current situation, there are some positions that there's just a dearth of employees, and it's hard to secure employees for. And frankly, if we are not paying competitive wages, we would not be able to fill them at all. And so that has been our philosophy, is that a lot is expected of our employees. They're held to a high standard, and they're compensated for that based upon what the market sets.
And my other question, I think, is the market. Of course, we want to be competitive. We don't want people using Thousand Oaks as a training ground to go elsewhere. Are we competitive at a very high level, or are we more, more of a result of the job that our city manager is doing in creating a very cohesive workforce? What do you attribute our attraction? Is it extremely high wages, or is it adequate wages that are competitive?
No, I would say that it is the environment and the culture of the organization more than anything else. It is the direction that has been set both by the elected officials as well as the city leadership. We constantly have applicants commenting on the distinction between the culture at the City of Thousand Oaks and other public agency employers. It is a well sought after place, but it also is also a combination with a not only a competitive salary basis, but a generous comprehensive benefits package, which recognizes the employees and the work that they do and allows them to have a very solid work-life balance and be very, very competitive and very productive in the work that they do.
Well, thank you for helping to define that philosophy that I think we've had for a number of years, but appreciate it.
And I think more specifically, I know you asked where we are with the rest of the market, and we do when we measure the market, we look at where is the top of the market. And one of the reasons is that anytime you take a snapshot, it's automatically out of date because every agency is going to be out there doing the same thing and raising theirs. When we look at that top of the market, we don't try and take advantage of the situation, take advantage of delays and say, well, this was the market yesterday, so that's what we're going to pay. We look at that top of the market and use that to create a range that our employees are able to have a very competitive wage, and they are not at the lure of every other agency that posts a job.
Thanks for those comments. I appreciate it. Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Engler. Thank you for that very thoughtful discussion and insight as well into the government job market. I see that Councilmember McNamee's hand is up. Did you need to add something, Mr. McNamee?
Yes, I would like to. Thank you. Again, I share the praises of our fellow council members of the work that both our city manager and our city attorney have done. I'd like to give another perspective from a businessman standpoint, and that our job as employers, basically as council members, is to find the greatest talent at the lowest competitive price, not the greatest talent at the highest price. And I hear year after year, elected officials say, well, we've got to be competitive with the cities around us. We're going to lose employees. They're going to leave. I often argue that you also are missing the private sector, because some of the people in the private sector are capable of doing the wonderful job that our city manager and city attorney are doing. And that's the other metric I use when looking at this. Then the next question I have is, how much is enough? And just because someone does a good job doesn't mean necessarily they're going to get a 4% pay increase, because it may not be in the budget or not competitive, whatever the case may be. My feeling is that we've tapped out as far as $418,000 and $396,000 is a lot of money, more money than most people make in a lifetime. And yes, they do a terrific job. Doesn't mean we can't find someone in the private sector willing to come in and do that at a lesser price. But what happens invariably with cities is we increase our pay for our city manager and city attorney, and then the other cities around, we got to increase ours as well. And it just becomes a bidding war all the way up. And the one who pays for it is the taxpayer. So if we don't give a pay increase, does that mean our wonderful city manager and city attorney leave and go for another city for a 4% pay increase? That's their choice. But I can tell you that at some point, enough is enough. We can't go any higher. And that's just the way the market is. So I just want to throw that out there for the other perspective from a businessman standpoint who's run a number of companies over the years, that reviews that are outstanding may not warrant a pay increase just because they do an outstanding job. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. McNamee. And we do have I don't think we have a motion, but I would like to say that as someone who has been here with the city of Thousand Oaks for 19 years, the I have to say that since 2016, City Manager Drew Powers and City Attorney Tracy Noonan have hit the ground running. They have gone 100 miles an hour every single day and safeguarding the city every which way. There are not that many people that can do the work with the skills that our two top employees have. It takes a specific personality, it takes skill, it takes savvy, and excellent communication. Not everybody is equipped to do that, and that carries a higher price tag, yes. But in the last 5 years, the city has been transformed in ways I never thought it imaginable. And I always tell both of them that they are worth their weight in gold. And yes, they are not receiving perhaps an increase that they normally would be receiving because we are sensitive to the fact that there are still families in this town who are struggling and trying to keep a roof over their head. And that's okay. It's okay. We don't have to give a double-digit increase. It can be measured, but we want to be sensitive also to the taxpayers. And with that said, I am looking for, oh, I'm told that Al has his hand up. Go ahead, Al. Mr. or Councilmember Adams, sorry.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can make a motion, but let me just say that to Mr. Powers' credit, when he came on as city manager in 2016, I don't know how many people know this or remember it, he could have asked for the city manager's commensurate salary. He did not. He what's the right word, Claudia? Forgo that.
He could have foregone, yeah.
Foregone that because he wanted to prove himself, which I think is a credit to his character, and prove himself he has, I believe. And I believe both Tracy and Drew make a great team. They really give a superior performance. And that was reflected on the analysis that we were all asked to provide as to their performance. And it came across outstanding in just every category. So it's hard for me to judge somebody as outstanding who hasn't taken a raise last year, judge them outstanding this year, and not give them the commensurate reward. I mean, that's just the way human beings work with each other. You know, we all have relationships with each other, and I feel that because of the way that the criteria we use to judge their performance, it deserves the raise that we're going to give them. So I'll move. What are the two agenda items, Claudia?
You can actually put them together. They are A and B.
13A and 13B, we do need separate motions on those.
Oh, did you say
I'll
separate? Okay. Yep.
Okay, I'll start with move 13A.
And that is the city attorney.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Bill De La Pena?
Yes.
And that motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember McNamee voting no.
Okay.
And next I'll move 13B.
And that is the city manager.
Thank you, yes.
Please vote.
He went a little fast. The system's trying to catch up. Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Bill De La Pena?
Yes.
And that motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember McNamee voting no.
Thank you very much. And with that, we go to item number 14, which is the city manager, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Mayor Bill De La Pena, and thank you for the kind words from all of council. It remains an honor and a privilege to serve this council and the residents of Thousand Oaks. Our next regular city council meeting will be on the 28th of September in 2 weeks. Currently tracking for 3 items that evening. Our annual report from the Council on Aging, an update on the Conejo Creek Southwest Park grant that was part of the budget process adopted this year. And so that grant needs to be brought forward as a department report. and an update from the Homeless Ad Hoc Committee following on our discussion this summer in regards to an operator to assist in our homeless services in the city of Thousand Oaks. So that will be the 28th of September. And I was going to mention Kimberly Horner's message, but I appreciate Mayor Bill LaPena doing that. That concludes my update.
Thank you so much. And we will have some closed sessions which need to be announced by our city attorney, Ms. Noonan.
Mayor, are we going to meet virtually again on the 28th? Is that the plan?
I
Right
don't
now,
know yet.
Right now, we got an update today. It looks like that the mask mandate will be extended for another 2 weeks. So we anticipate being virtual in the next meeting.
Okay, thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Ms. Noonan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will have two closed sessions tonight, both on existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.98. First one is Allison Piazza versus Tony Revelis. And the second matter is Sharon Bloom Chernoff versus City of Thousand Oaks. It is unlikely I'll have anything to report following those closed sessions.
Thank you so much. And we will adjourn this evening in memory of Michael John Dagan. It is with great sadness that we are adjourning tonight's meeting in recognition of a beloved figure in the Conejo Valley sports community, Newberry Park High School softball head coach Michael Dagan. Mike, a coach, a father, and a son, passed away August 27th from COVID-19 complications. Mike was born in Steubenville, Ohio, and settled with his brother and parents in the Conejo Valley. After graduating in 1989 from Newberry Park High School, Mike entered the family business at Dagan Sales and Marketing, which provides uniforms and equipment to high school sports teams. Mike grew up in all types of athletics. At Newberry Park, he was a strong football guard and linebacker, as well as an athlete in shot put. Mike started coaching softball because he wanted to teach his daughter how to play the game as soon as she could hold a bat. Over his professional coaching career, Mike was a junior varsity head and assistant coach from 2014 to 2016 and head coach of Newberry Park softball from 2017 with an overall record of 82-29. As head coach, Mike had 4 playoff appearances, a league championship in 2017, and an impressive CIF Southern Section Division II championship in 2018. All these achievements are added to the countless years that Mike volunteered to coach youth sports. Mike Dagan is survived by his daughter Sophia, a former Newberry Park softball player, and his twin sons, Tyler and Anthony. In honor of Mike, his name will be placed along with his father for the John and Mike Dagan Memorial Scholarship. This scholarship is awarded to Newberry Park students who perform well, play sports, and provide community service. We mourn Mike's passing and extend our sincere condolences to his family, his team, and his many friends. Good evening, and we will see you on September 28th. The meeting is adjourned.